didn't come with any hot button issues, no. You said you're pretty loyal to Southwest Airlines last time. Are you going to stick with them with all their changes coming up?
I don't know. We'll see. They haven't been implemented yet, so we haven't really, you know. So my loyalty is based on two things. I accumulate enough points that I can basically fly for free most of the time. And I do that a lot. Like I've already flown 32 times this year. Literally. And my status gets me on the plane near the front of the line, which ensures that I'm in row 2 or row 3 almost every time, you know, which in turn ensures I'm off the plane before anybody else and I'm on my merry little way. I'm a really good traveler. I don't check bags. I don't do anything. I'm just like, get out of this airport as fast as I can. And so it works for me the way it's currently set up. I don't know if that's going to continue to be the case. I have been able to fly with really short notice with them up until this point, and I don't think that's going to survive. I think that'll, you know, all the good seats will be taken, and you're going to get stuck with some less good seats. So I don't know. We'll see how it plays out. But I mean, I just run my whole life on 2 Southwest cards. My business, you know, is 25, 30 grand a month in points. You know, that's a plane ticket a month just free for doing nothing other than paying off a balance every month and just getting the points. And then my personal crap can be whatever, you know. But I don't know. We'll see. I tried to switch over to American, and it just didn't do anything for me. Their loyalty programs require way more points to get to where it actually makes a difference. Yeah. Their lounges was a nice concept that I thought would be cool and stuff. They're not. They're stuffed like sardines in there most of the time. You know, you're standing room only to get a cup of coffee. I'm like, I don't need to pay $600 a year to do this. You know, so I don't know. Who do you fly on?
I just started really going with Southwest last year. I got the companion pass for the first time. Now they're talking about watering that down, not just being anytime, you know, maybe just a couple of times a year or something like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I use that quite a bit, so I haven't heard that they were changing that. But
well, they sent out a questionnaire to their top rewards people, to see how they would feel about it.
I must not have gotten the email. We probably use that, you know, half a dozen times.
Oh, cool.
But my wife and I usually don't travel together. Like she'll be in Florida and I'm going back and forth a million times, or vice versa. She travels for work a lot, so she's always by herself for that. And you know, so we don't often go somewhere together where we can use that.
Yeah, my finding is that we went to Hawaii, like 6 hours on 2 planes. It was a lot. For a small.
It is a lot. Where did you go through? Phoenix, LA, or
Vegas, and then came back to Sacramento.
Okay.
But
we did one through Phoenix that was kind of a, you know, left at like 5 in the morning or something, and you know, it was all right. So,
especially for a narrow, small plane.
Yeah. It was all right. I don't know. I don't like Hawaii enough to want to sit on a 6-hour flight to get there. You know, it's just not fun to me. It's just like Denver. There's so many homeless people. It's just a shithole in so many places.
Yeah, seriously, around the airport?
Like in Honolulu, that's a ghetto-ass city, you know?
Yeah.
So I just don't, you know, I don't enjoy going to places where they don't want me to be there. And most of the locals really not very pro,
you
know.
Yeah. Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. This is not Tom Martino. This is John Fuller filling in for Tom and Mark and the gang, who are out on a well-deserved day off. And so in the studio with me today are two esteemed guests. We have Deputy Dimitri in the house, who's standing by ready to assist you at a moment's notice. And then we had Brad O'Brien, who is, as you all know, an attorney here in town that specializes mostly in real estate and business litigation and stuff along those lines. Right, Brad?
Yes, I do real estate transactions. I help people buy and sell personal properties, also commercial properties. And if there's a dispute involving real estate, I do go to court.
Cool. So we are here. This is the Troubleshooter Network. We are here to help you solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. You give us a call with anything you have going on, whether it's getting scammed by a business, whether it's a challenge that you're having that we can help out. We are here for it. If it's not something that we can handle in person, we have a list of, I don't even know how many experts, hundreds of experts that we can tap into to find a particularized set of knowledge that can help you out. So the phone number here in the studio is 303-713-8255. You can also reach us at help@troubleshooter.com. Those are the two best ways to get a hold of us, and we're here to help. So give us a call. We're going to go right to the phones today. We have a caller on the line, Chris. Chris, John Fuller here. How can I help?
Hey, John. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I'm disabled, and I had Ramos Law represent me in a large case years ago.
Okay.
And their attorney, who handled the case, I don't want to mention any names, did a phenomenal job on my case.
Okay.
He did a really good job. And then, unfortunately, I got in 3 more major car accidents.
Oh.
One, I have to be careful what I say because we're in the middle of litigation. So, basically, I got T-boned, by one of the major, DIA transportation services with their lights off.
Okay.
Lost consciousness, had brain damage, got a mild stroke, broke my back, broke my neck, and I had already had existing conditions, with my neck. I had a front neck fusion. So anyways, I hired Ramos Law again, and my old attorney handled the case very well. He's doing a phenomenal job. In the middle of, for some reason, I got in another accident. So I had to stop my, I was in the middle of my recognate treatment. So then I got out of the hospital, went to get my recognate treatment started again, and had major issues because that's important to my case, that I get the full treatment I need to recover. So, long story short, my attorney leaves Ramos Law. Okay. I never get a letter, an ethical letter saying he's leaving. Would I like to retain that lawyer? Would I like to go with his new firm or stay with him? And I believe ethically they're supposed to send that letter to me. Unfortunately, I didn't get one. So I kept complaining about not having my recognate treatment. They said they got the financing all set. There shouldn't be an issue. I kept trying to schedule with their people. They wouldn't schedule me. Oh, actually, they did schedule me. And then when my appointment came, they said that I wasn't approved. So major issues there because they were basically, these are their people. I saw their doctors. So, that attorney left. They give me a new attorney who says, he's a new attorney from New York handling my case. He's starting fresh. I'm frustrated. Why? New attorney. We're going on a year and a half. I still got another year of treatments. So, still having issues with them. So I talked to another attorney. They tell me Ramos Law doesn't go to trial. That's what do you mean they don't go to trial? Well, they only settle cases. So I asked Ramos Law, what's are we going to trial? Yeah, we're going to trial. That's what my attorney had told me before he had left. And then the new attorney said, yeah, we're going to trial. We're going to trial. So I can't get any basic questions from Ramos Law.
Okay.
Why I didn't get an ethics letter.
Right.
Why they stopped my recognizant condition. Why they are retaining maybe 10% of the file that they're holding lien against, which is illegal. How can you hold a lien when you won't give me the information for us to go to trial? So
okay.
I'm frustrated. And Brian Cassandra over there thinks I'm threatening his firm when I want basic, simple questions to my case.
Okay. So how can I help you today? And I don't mean that to be a smart aleck. I genuinely, what can I do for you?
Well, when a lawyer leaves a law firm, doesn't that lawyer have an opportunity to take his existing clients with him? Or don't those clients have an opportunity to retain that lawyer who's working on his case?
Yeah, so, generally speaking, the client owns his own case, okay? So it's up to the client where they go. The things that we don't know, perhaps that lawyer was moving into a different type of practice. Perhaps the firm that the lawyer was going to was not set up to handle a matter in litigation or to handle the cost or anything else. We just don't know the answer to those questions. So that lawyer may not have asserted any desire to take your case with him.
Oh, no, I've talked to that lawyer. Oh, I've talked to the lawyer. He started a new law firm in northern Colorado, and he wants to know why Ramos Law didn't send him any letters to retain his clients.
Why don't you hire that lawyer?
Because Ramos Law has a lien.
He's entitled to a lien. So okay, hold on.
Why are they?
So let me explain for the listeners what a lien is and how a lien comes to exist. So
you can only have so many liens.
I understand, sir. Let me hold up. All right, here's the deal. When you work on a contingency basis, the essence of the contingency is that the lawyer agrees to provide the work up front with an expectation that they get paid at the end and after all the work has been done, and it's as a percentage of the amount that's been recovered. And so in many cases, it's not winner take all. They don't go to trial with a zero offer. In most cases, there is a series of negotiations. There may be a mediation. There may be a whole lot of back and forth. And so the fee agreements that are set out by the Colorado Supreme Court, which is who regulates attorneys, generally has a provision that says the fee is earned as the money comes in. So in other words, and that's meant to protect the lawyers, of course, but the gist of it is that if you got say $100,000 offer, you couldn't say that's great, you're fired, and not have to pay the attorney. And so it makes total sense. And so that lien is in essence saying, hey, there's been an offer. There's been so much money that's generated so far, even though it hasn't been, agreeable or, received by the law firm and dispersed to the clients. But they've at least, according to the contract, earned their fees up until that point. They've likely also expended quite a lot of money on costs for things like filing fees and discovery and those kind of things. And so there's nothing improper about a law firm asserting a lien. In fact, that's exactly what I would expect a law firm to do if they're well invested in a case and they're quite a bit down the road. But with that being said, you always have the right to go to another firm, but they're going to have to honor that lien. And so it effectively operates as the only thing that lawyer could do would be to effectively contract with you for everything over the amount that is already liened on the case. Hey, Chris, we got to take a quick break. I'll be right back and I'll finish explaining this and try to help you out and figure something out. Hang on a sec.
You guys want coffee, water? No, thanks.
I'm good. I have some water, but thank you.
How do you know when it's time for a commercial?
So, generally speaking, on the 15th.
Oh,
okay. They don't really subscribe to that same theory, like Mark and Tom just keep going until they get done, but then they get yelled at. But the technical time that you're supposed to do it is on the 15th.
Oh, okay.
And so I try to stay there because if not, I get, Dragon or Brad in there waving their hands back and forth and stuff. Or sometimes they'll take an iPad or something and flash the lights and
Oh, okay.
Like, go to break, god dang it. So, that's the rule, but it's not absolute. Top of the hour is kind of absolute, but the ones in between are less critical.
Oh, okay.
So.
Do you do everything on an iPad there?
No. It's all that I carry with me, but I have a computer at the office and I have one at home, and I just don't like schlepping them back and forth because it's just heavy and stuff. So I hardly ever take a computer out. If I'm doing a deposition or something, I'm probably going to be on the computer. It's just more reliable, I think. And there are some guys that do whole trials on iPads and stuff,
Yeah.
I'm not there. It's like...
there were guys 20 years ago doing that, or 15. They had it figured out, as far as the AV stuff. And
it's
for trial attorneys.
There's always a weak link, and I remember back in the days where we'd have everything just hyperlinked to shit and back, and then we'd go in the Denver courthouse and you couldn't get shit for a Wi-Fi signal or something. You were just like, waste,
Yeah.
So we'd try to do like mobile hotspots and shit. We could never get it to work. But I don't know. I mean, I don't do a lot of trial work, so I just do my thing, and I have good Wi-Fi in my office, and I don't have to worry about it. What about you? Do you use your computer for anything, or?
I take it wherever I go. Wherever this is, I'm working.
Yes. I just get tired.
I do like to be. I got a big old screen at home. I like to see a couple windows at a time. So
I have big double screens at home and at the office. It's the only way to go. I get tired of looking at these little screens.
I put two documents together if I need to look at it. It's just so much easier than flipping back and forth.
I agree.
My wife's accident, fire department the paramedics that came, they never sent us a bill.
Did she get transported?
Yeah. It was the South Metro District.
Really?
Yeah. They probably will eventually, right?
Yeah. They're the fastest billing entity in the world. They barely get the doors closed and they're writing the bill up.
Yeah, well, they're not a private. I mean, if a private ambulance company, I'm sure they would bill you quickly, but I thought public, maybe they're slow or maybe they don't.
Maybe. I don't know.
I mean,
I don't know that. I think the fire department may show up, but I think the ambulance is probably private, isn't it?
No, it was the paramedics ambulance.
Okay.
From the fire station.
From the fire station.
Yeah.
Interesting. I don't know.
And they gave her drugs and everything on site, so they'll be billing for that, aren't they?
I think they. Well, you gave them you had Kaiser or something. Is that right? Or?
No, United Healthcare. That was 4 months ago now, I think.
Yeah.
We still haven't done anything on it because all the bills haven't come in yet.
You get your med pay lined out to.
They're trying to pay it, but these hospitals and doctors aren't sending the detailed invoices that the insurance company needs.
Right.
So we're trying to get them to put all the codes on there. That's
How long ago was the car crash?
I think early February.
Oh,
Or
wow.
early March. I
Jeez,
forget.
okay.
Those two. It's just taking a while. Oh, it was early April. Okay, it's only been 3 months. Okay. Yeah, the fun part's next is negotiating with the other insurance company.
Yeah.
Isn't there a different way when someone takes a contingency case with them that the two firms can basically kind of share at some point? Or
Right, good afternoon. We're back. John Fuller here, filling in for Tom and Mark today. It is Monday, July 7th, after a big holiday weekend. Hope everybody had a fun and safe time out there. We're going to talk about some of the people that didn't have fun, safe weekends and stuff. And it seems like after every 4th of July, we have, reports of house fires and burns and blown off fingers and all that stuff. We're going to talk about that a little bit later on. We've got a couple of callers on the line. We want to finish up with Chris here. Chris called, and Chris has had way more accidents than any one person should have. He had a bad one, had a great experience with a local law firm, and then went on to have a couple more accidents and is having less than a great experience with a local law firm. And we went to the break with me explaining that there are circumstances where the law firm can assert a lien on a file, and all a lien is something that they file with either with the insurance company or the Secretary of State, or sometimes even both, that says, hey, notice to the world, we have earned fees and we have expended cost on this file that we have a statutory right to get paid for at the end of the case when that end happens. Now, of course, in a contingency relationship, if there is no fee earned, if they were to lose in court or something, then of course that lien would go away. But in the event that another law firm were to take over that file or otherwise slide into the lead position on it, they're going to have to honor that and pay that lien off down the road. So Chris is upset about the fact that there's a lien out there, and he perceives that lien to be hindering his ability to take the file to another law firm or even take it to the attorney of record that was on the file at the beginning of the case. And I was explaining that there's really nothing unusual about the lien, and it is challenging. And the reason why attorneys don't want to take on a case that has a lien on it is because they don't have the ability to earn a fee until they've exceeded a certain threshold of money. So they could easily take over the case, put a year's worth of work into it, and at the end of the day not achieve any more money on the case and simply not get paid because of the existence of the lien that's out there. And so it is what it is. I'm not saying it's a great system, but it's the system that we have. So Chris, back to you. I want to know how we can help. What are you looking for today? Are you looking for ideas or?
No, I just want you to explain to the consumer, the client,
okay,
who is basically the victim of these accidents, what their legal recourse is when you have an attorney who's retaining part of the case file, who has a lien on it, done the work, but they won't give you the work.
Yeah.
And then my attorney continues to try to get that, and then they delay. It took me 3 months just to get my last payment.
Okay. Did you hire another attorney, Chris?
I did hire another attorney, and the issue is we can't go to trial until Ramos Law gives us the rest of the case file, which they refuse to do.
Well, listen, I can't give you advice since you have a current attorney, but I have no doubt that your current attorney has a number of different options, that involve either the judge on the case stepping in to order that the other firm comply with certain requests or demands, and then if that doesn't work, if there's an ethical line that gets crossed, I mean, every attorney is subject to the overview of the Supreme Court. That's who regulates us. And so I'm not giving you legal advice, but I do think that there are avenues that your attorney can take to force the other firm to actually pony up that information. Their lien can be properly filed and properly preserved, but they still then have to comply with the rules that say the file is yours and they need to turn over that information. So,
can I file a complaint with the Colorado State Supreme Court?
Well, of course
you can. An option?
Yeah, absolutely. I would urge you to.
The clients need to. I mean, the consumer really needs to hear, John, because I'm on basically under a rock right now because lawyers have law degrees and I had brain damage.
Yeah, I understand that completely. I would urge you, and I'm not saying this as a caveat or to kind of weasel out a thing. You absolutely have that right, but I'm going to advise you to talk that over at length with your current attorney, because that's a big step to go to the Supreme Court and try to invoke, disciplinary counsel on a matter. So you've got an attorney. That's part of their job, is to advise you on all the things that have to do with this case. And ultimately, this dispute is part of this case. So please take advantage of that and sit down and discuss the options that you have with your attorney. But I really appreciate the call. I mean, it's a great issue, and it gives the listeners, some idea of kind of what goes on in the background when you hire a law firm. Make sure you hire the right one. These big law firms are not always the best choice for people, because they do have turnover, and there is the possibility that the attorney you think you have on your case could end up going to another firm, or hiring, or starting their own firm, or otherwise not be your attorney of record. And technically, the lead attorney in the firm is always also the attorney of record, but chances are in these big firms, you're not going to have the lead guy having a whole lot of situational awareness about your case until it comes time to actually go to trial. But, it's a great issue, but I wish you luck, Chris. Please don't get any more accidents. Okay. You're done. You're over your limit. No more. Let's try to move on without doing that one again. All right. All right, Chris, thanks for the call. We appreciate it. We're going to go next to Renee, that has an issue with service. Renee, how can we help you today?
Hi there. Actually, I had called and talked to Tom a couple of weeks ago about a Jeep that I had taken to my local Big O tire shop, because they said that I needed a new engine in my Jeep. Well, that got done and replaced, and ever since then, my Jeep has not been running right. September, I think, is going to be a year. And I kept saying, this is not running right. There's noises. There's clunking. So they sent it to a Jeep dealership on 3 different occasions. And all 3 occasions that it came back, it was still not right. Things are missing. I don't know how a fuse box can be put in backwards or whatever, but that was the case. Anyway, long story short, it's still not running. I took it to 2 different independent mechanics, and they said, Renee, this is not right. They didn't put it together right, and it's not safe to drive. And so now my resolution, according to Big O, is you bring it to a Big O ASC certified mechanic, which I thought they were, because they had that sign on their wall when you walk in, and they would address the engine issue, nothing else. Or I could take it to a mechanic that I trust, and they would give me up to $1,000 for repairs, but I have to sign a waiver saying that they are no longer responsible for my Jeep. And I just feel like they're trying to get rid of me, pay me off, and all I want is them to fix my Jeep the way that they got it, and it's not happening. And they're like, well, so many hands were in this. Well, yeah, you sent it out to 3 different dealerships at that point. They're your subcontractor, so you guys need to take responsibility for all this, and they're not. I just feel like they're trying to give me $1,000 and say, okay, see you later, Renee, but you have to sign a waiver. We're done.
Yeah. Renee, was this like an was this like an aftermarket warranty that was covering the engine replacement? Is that why you're going through?
No, I paid for it in cash.
Oh, okay.
Because I did have an aftermarket warranty, but they didn't cover the engine, so I was out $8,000 for the engine and labor.
All right, yeah. Renee, we're going to try to work through this. Hang on just a second. We got to take a really quick break. We'll be right back.
Do you remember that? Yeah, I do. And I do have an idea for her if you want me to.
Yeah, for sure. Go show.
Yeah, they're all CYA. Want your car back, sign a waiver, release of claims. $1,000 bucks. Give me a break. And they're dreaming.
Paying here.
They're dreaming about that. Mm-hmm.
there's a lull in the action, I have real estate law questions for
I'm
Brad.
sure you do.
Oh, okay. What area?
Well, it's got to be a surprise.
Well, it's going to be.
Just tell me.
We have the-
landlord tenant.
It's generally in the area of real estate with 17 subparts, and you haven't had a Dimitri question before, have you?
You want me to tell you ahead of time?
I just need like 15 seconds because
Oh, okay.
so many of the things that I can just refresh myself in 15 seconds.
Squatters.
But like last time I was on, Tom, he did it 3 times in a row. He hit me with the question where it wasn't until the last word where I even knew what it was about. Give me 15 seconds. Warranty of habitability. Okay. You know.
I'm the same way.
And then
I
he
get my
hit-
brain to that file, and then you're like, oh, okay, now we can talk about that. You know?
So I'm going to ask you about squatters. And why the fuck do they have any rights at all?
Yeah. We want to see some passionate response.
You don't see much that up here. That's more of a Springs issue.
Yeah,
Seriously.
those are the examples I was thinking of.
Yeah. I haven't really. I can talk about it, but I haven't really done any. I did. Well, actually, I did one.
But you hear about them, and the ones you hear about are just horror stories.
Like they turn your hair white.
Or the one that Mark's friend bought that house, and the other attorney was leaning it. Do you remember that? Did he talk to you about that? You may have repped him on it.
Maybe.
This kind of soon to be, or if not already.
Oh yeah, yeah.
disbarred.
Yeah, I signed him up. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was the disbarred lawyer. Yeah. Those are the ones that cause the most trouble.
Right.
They know enough to get to work the system.
Exactly. Did you end up prevailing on that?
I turned it over to actually the client. I was there for the eviction part in county court, and then when it went over, it turned into a probate action, and so the client hired a probate attorney. So I don't go to probate court. So the eviction part was really a tiny part of it. It was really the probate question.
Did that eventually get resolved?
Yeah.
It did.
Yeah.
To the benefit of the buyer?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The disbarred lawyer was just causing trouble and delaying things, and he had no practically frivolous, in my opinion.
He was a bit on the fringe, but even before he was disbarred. You know, he was on the news a few times in the course of his career, let's say
I think
that.
he even appealed the thing, too.
Yeah.
He appealed it from the county court up to the district court.
Right.
Oh, was it that infamous dope industry lawyer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
He also repped that Mexican kid that was driving that semi that came down I-70 and caught on fire and burned up.
You gotta get the
killed a
book.
bunch of people and stuff.
He got jail time, prison time.
Oh yeah, big time, like a lot.
Yeah.
But I think didn't Polis commute his sentence?
Yes,
or
he
something?
did.
Or, yeah.
Down to 10 years,
Sure
which
did.
means he'll be out in 4.
Was it just bad lawyering why he got so many years?
Why did that guy get disbarred?
Would you like me to get Jeff Vick on the phone for this caller?
Yeah, we can do that if you want.
I mean, no, I'm
To me,
just asking.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure. Let's do
Kelly,
it.
that's a great idea.
Good job, Kelly.
John, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I got to say, no truer words were ever spoken.
Lawyers have law degrees, and I have brain damage.
Easy now.
Fantastic.
You gonna download that to your watch or something?
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime you text me. And how about that Ramos guy? Doctor and lawyer?
Yeah.
Boy, how many Jewish grandmother's wet dream is that?
A few, yeah.
Yeah. The doctor and the lawyer? Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you doing okay in there?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Just wave to me when you need to get my attention.
I'll let you know when the music's playing. You're doing great hitting the clock. A lot better than the guys that get paid
I know. I keep looking at the clock up
this.
there going tick-tock, you know.
Yeah. Well, that's not bad, man. You're an eighth of a way through this.
Thanks for the kind words, sir.
No, I think a 16th is 15 minutes, right? Yeah, eighth would be a half hour.
That's, yeah.
That's my
You're like
math.
1/32 of the way through the,
That's,
you know,
that's about when the open
top
plays.
half, you know. Did you get Jeff on, Kelly, or?
Looking for Vic? I'll get her to get on it. Here you go. Here we come.
All right. Good afternoon, John. Good afternoon, John Fuller here on the Troubleshooter Network. We are moving rapidly through the first hour here. We are here to help you solve problems, take complaints, answer questions. Give us a call, 303-713-8255. In the studio today, I've got myself, John Fuller. I'm a personal injury attorney. Most of you know me by now. I've been practicing in the Denver area for 23 years or something like that. And I handle accident cases, automobile accidents, premises liability, those kind of things. Have been for near about my entire career. But I've been exposed to a lot of stuff and can definitely help out with the random oddball legal questions. And then also to round out what I don't know is Brad O'Brien, who is a real estate and commercial litigation business lawyer here. And so between the two of us, this is a rare opportunity to get not one, but two different opinions about what it's going to take to help you through your problems. So we ask you to give us a call. You can also reach out by email at help@troubleshooter.com. And we look forward to your calls helping out. Today we have on the line Renee, and Renee had a Jeep that had a blown engine on it that she got replaced, and she's having a number of issues. Renee, did I understand that you're about a year after the replacement at this point? You've been dealing with this that long?
Yeah, since September, I think, is going to be going on a year.
Holy moly. Are you able to drive the Jeep right now, or is this something that you can't even get on the road?
Oh, I can drive it, but the two independent mechanics that I used said, oh no, it's not safe to drive. Well, the whole time that I was driving it, you know, Big O was saying, oh no, you're fine. It's safe to drive. And come to find out that it's not. So,
what,
I mean,
Renee, what is it about?
I can drive it, but it's not safe.
Yeah, what is it that makes it not safe?
Just there's bolts, nuts, like as it was saying, the fuse box, how that gets turned around, I have no idea. Just everything, and I guess there's something on the Jeep. I'd actually have to look at what needs to be fixed or installed by Jeep itself. It's not something that a regular mechanic can do.
Have you tried to take the Jeep to a Jeep dealer to get them to look at it?
Yeah, they sent it out 3 different times, and it still came back not right. And the general manager at the time at Big O says, don't worry. I've got videos. I've got pictures of everything that's gone wrong, the wiring harness. Just everything. It's not right.
So what are they telling you is going to happen if you drive it? What is the safety issue?
That I don't recall.
Okay.
They just said not to drive it. It wasn't safe.
Dimitri, you've got some thoughts on this?
Yeah. Hi, Renee. Yeah, this is Deputy D here, and I remember your call from a couple of weeks ago. I kind of listened to it in the background. Hey, so, one of the issues that we had last time, I think, is exactly the same issue I'm having with your call today, which is we don't really know specifically what needs to be done that was left undone, or specifically what parts were installed that are now defective. You know what I mean? There's got to be some kind of a list that says, here are the 8 things that need to be addressed. Here's how much it's going to cost to address them. And therefore, I want Big O to cover the bill. Did you ever get a chance to get this thing evaluated over at Sheridan Auto Tech to kind of start afresh, get their eyes on it, and get Kevin's report with all these line items that I just mentioned. In fact, we got him here on the line, waiting for us to switch over to him.
Let's go ahead and get Kevin brought up on the line as well, so he can participate.
Renee, have you had a chance? I mean, I know it's frustrating to take your car to yet another mechanic, but we really need to start with kind of a clean slate, if you know what I mean.
And I understand that. I do. And my issue is, I mean, I've got $11,000 in my Jeep so far. And it just seems like when they took the Jeep apart, my dad and I went to the shop. I mean, parts were everywhere on the ground. I mean, there was not anything underneath the hood of my Jeep. And they've got kids there. I don't know who is the ASC certified.
I understand. Renee, hang on. Look, it could be that this engine project needs less than $1,000 of, cleanup work. Or it could be that they put in a crappy engine. We don't know any of that. So I would love to call Big O on your behalf and talk to them about it, but we need to present to them what needs to be done. So would you please consider, I realize you're, almost a year into a very frustrating and extremely expensive process, but would you consider taking it over to Kevin and having him provide this report to both you and us, and then we can start with that?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Let's bring Kevin on the line here. Kevin Culkin of Sheridan Auto Tech. Kevin, hey, good morning. You've been involved in a number of cases like this. You've got Renee here with a Jeep that's got a new engine in it. She's a year post-engine replacement, and it's just continuing to have issues. She's hearing one thing from one dealer, one thing from another mechanic, another thing altogether from Big O, and some of the people are telling her it's not safe to drive. I mean, it's just hard to believe when you get so many different people that have so many different opinions about one vehicle. If Renee brings her Jeep over to you, can you go through that and come up with a pretty ironclad report of exactly where things stand, what was done wrong, what was done right, and what it's going to take to get this thing fixed?
Yeah, absolutely. We do that all the time.
And what kind of power does that give the consumer to then go back to her dealership and say, this is the checklist, if you will, on what you didn't do the first time? I mean, how does that empower the consumer?
Well, things like that, or we've also had good success going back against the warranty companies, for defective parts, or, we've had some pretty good luck getting the warranty involved as well.
Right.
So we may not have to go back to the dealer. We may be able to just circumvent them completely and just go right through the warranty.
Right. And the warranty would be great, but in this case, Renee is out of pocket, almost $11,000. She self-financed this replacement.
Jen, I think what Kevin was referring to is that the swapped-in engine and the associated parts might be covered by certain warranties that came with those parts and engine.
Totally missed that part of it. But yeah, assuming that there's something wrong with the engine that they put in there, that could absolutely be. What I was hearing Renee say is that there's just crazy stuff that was done with this. She's talking about an electrical fuse panel that was put in backwards, and it just sounds like a less than really super competent, cleanup on this engine replacement. Is that right, Renee?
Yep.
Absolutely.
Okay. Renee, listen, we've hit a crossroad where we want to help, but we just can't help without you taking the extra step of going over and getting this vehicle evaluated so that we have some ammunition, some tools in our box that are going to help us help you. Can you make an effort to get that done and then get back to us as soon as you're complete?
Yeah. And what shop was it that you were from, Kevin? Because I know Tom gave me like 2 of them.
Yep.
Yeah, Sheridan Auto Tech.
And where are you located, Kevin?
3 blocks west of Wadsworth on Colfax, 7864 West Colfax.
Great. Would you recommend that Renee call you to make an appointment, or should she just show up and drop off the Jeep?
We'll set it up so we have ample time to get through it, and absolutely.
So, hey, Renee, write this down. You can reach Kevin at SheridanAutoTech.com, or his phone number is 303-455-7242. 303-455-7242. Give Kevin a call. Let's take the steps that we need to take to actually get you some help and hopefully get this Jeep figured out, okay? Appreciate the call, Renee. We are going to take another quick break here, and when we come back, we're going to be talking with Christy here, and we've got a couple others lined up as well. If we can help you, give us a call, 303-713-8255. Thanks. who this Christy is?
I've never met her or talked with her, but she's a friend of mine who tells me that Christy has some kind of a huge problem with, if I remember this correctly, her husband died, and while he was dying, his kids stole a bunch of personal property from their home, and the insurance claim was denied, and I assume insurance claim was denied, which is why USAA somehow.
Those family members took the shit on your dad.
And that doesn't count.
I don't know.
But yeah, so I intentionally didn't dig into the details of this case so that we can all be surprised by it.
We'll do it.
Right? But I know it's a messy family situation. That's all I know. But I love surprises. I love being put on the spot, and so that's why I just ask people to call in and do that. Perfect.
How about your little, what is she to you, your godchild or something, the gal?
Oh, Abigail?
Yeah, to get her squared away.
So she got an offer, a settlement offer for $14,000, and I was there for dinner that Sunday night, and I said, Abigail, let's write a quick response saying, hey, look, there's a lot of pressure on me to hire Fuller to represent me. I don't like the messiness of lawyers and all that process. Just a quick response.
Such ugly talk.
Well, just to be on their side, right? To appear to be on the adjuster side. So I said, look, let's make it 28. If we can get the paperwork finished up on Monday, we'll go our separate ways. 15, and she took the offer without talking to me because she was afraid that they'll withdraw that first offer.
They wouldn't have. I genuinely don't think I've ever seen an offer truly withdrawn. I can't think of one.
Yeah, I realize. Same here.
Same here.
Yeah.
I've seen it threatened a few times. Well, I don't think it's ever actually been really withdrawn.
I got the feeling she left a lot of money on the table, but I see it from her perspective. She's 18. She's inexperienced. She was afraid of losing that offer, and she needs the money for school.
Do you know an attorney named Rob Working?
Rob what?
Working?
No.
Just, he does a lot of criminal defense stuff. I didn't know if you
Different universe.
cross paths with you. Just one of those good attorney that went bad and did some bad stuff that if you knew him, it would strike strike you as being unbelievable, but if you don't, it's like, yeah, whatever.
What's your bar number?
34.
Oh, okay. I'm 39. But I'm dealing now with a guy who's like 9. It's actually still pretty with it.
Yeah.
Pretty confident.
You know, for a while there, they recycled bar numbers.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, because the dude I worked for when I was like interning right out of law school had like a 4-digit 1828 or something was his bar number, and we were like, "How is that even possible?" And they were like, "They reissued them for a little.
Oh.
They don't do that now. They
Yeah.
haven't done it for a long time." But I'd like to buy a bar number like that.
Yeah, buy one.
Have an auction for it. All right. Good afternoon. John Fuller here on the Troubleshooter Network. We are moving right along here. We've had a couple good calls today. We are looking for some more. We have some open lines here. We are here to help you. So if you're having problems, I don't care if it's a scam, if you've been ripped off, if you're having issues with your work, with the landlord, with just about anything, your vehicle, give us a call. If we can't help you directly, we have the experts online that can get brought on board to help you with your particular issue. In the studio today, we have Deputy Dimitri, and we also have Attorney Brad O'Brien, who specializes in all things real estate as well as business and business litigation and that kind of stuff. So we've got a unique multi-year bank of experience available for you. So give us a call. 713-8255 is the number. That's area code 303. You can also email us at help@troubleshooter.com with your issues. We're going to go to the lines right now. We have Christy on the line. Christy, how can we help today?
Hi there. Thank you for taking my call.
Of course, thanks.
I have an insurance claim that I opened up for property theft in 2019.
Okay.
When I moved back into a condo, discovering that some of my property had been stolen. So I called USAA. I filed a claim. They asked for a lot of different things, pictures, a police report, a lot of things that took me a lot of time to get to them. And so I finally got everything together. I emailed them, gave them an explanation as to why it took so long to gather the information. And they refused to pay me twice. So I got in touch with AI and got the number of the executive offices, talked to a guy named Travis. I explained the situation, and my husband was dying in the hospital, and I was transitioning between two condos, and so it took me some time to get things together. But when I finally did, I called and filed the report.
So, Christy, just to help me understand here, what type of property are we talking about, and how did it get stolen from you?
It was furniture and different small appliances and things. I was moving my furniture, putting it into a moving truck, and my husband's two children came over and said that they would be glad to help, being that their dad was dying in the hospital. And so I noticed at the time, it seemed kind of strange because I noticed that some things I didn't think got put into the moving van, and when I asked the movers about it, they said, "We don't want to get into this." Well, at that time, his two children were moving some of my stuff into their trucks. So that's how it got stolen.
These were not your children, these are your stepchildren, right?
Yes, correct.
And so they took items that belonged to both you and their dad, and decided they wanted to keep those items as their dad was nearing his passing, right?
Correct.
And have you confronted them about this?
I did originally, and there was no response. They just basically hung up on me. I haven't had any contact with them since. Okay.
Did you file a police report?
Yes, I did.
And what did the police say?
Well, because it's apparently criminally, because it's over $25,000 in items. They said that there's only a 3-year statute of limitations, and but they would file a document, and it would be on file for the insurance company to take a look at. And when I wrote the letter, I gave them the document number for them to check it out.
Okay. So what is USAA saying? Are they denying the claim because it was a family member, or what is going on?
They said because of the time frame that's gone by, that there was a limit of 3 years. They gave me an excuse that the insurance commissioner of Colorado forbids them to pay a claim that's that far out. And so I called the insurance commissioner to talk to him, and he said that's not true. He said that the statute is for the insurance company has to pay it within a certain amount of time, but not that they can't pay it after that time is gone up. And then I looked up the statute online, and it says that there's no limit as to when they can pay out the claim.
Okay, Christy, I'm going to need you to hang on just a second. We got to go to a hard break here, and we'll be right back.
I have a couple of questions regarding the timeline on this matter.
What is the civil theft? Is there a civil theft statute of limitations?
I'll look at it. That's one of these deals where I know the answer, but I don't want to see until I actually double check it.
So it's 1 year.
It's 1 year.
Yeah, quick. Oh, you just Googled it?
No, I'm just starting to Google it, but I researched that statute.
Somebody over it.
I was
sit at home and read statute.
I was planning to sue somebody over it.
Oh, an intentional tort is 2 years. Oh, it was 1 year. Oh, sorry. Intentional tort is 1 year.
How is it you didn't know that they were loading shit up?
I need to correct my answer. According to 13-80-101, it's a 3-year statute of limitations, but what I encountered was that you have 1 year to try to get your shit back. If you miss that 1 year, then you can't sue for civil theft.
She's over the statute. If it happened back in 19, good Lord. That's even beyond the statute of repose. I think you're going to have better luck suing them for civil theft if you weren't for the statute than going through USAA.
Mm-hmm.
They're never going to pay a claim where somebody's kid stole furniture. You know, if they did, it wouldn't have the value that you associate with it. You know,
the insurance companies will hold something up in 12, maybe 24 months.
Yeah,
and they'll close it.
Well, they'll keep it open until the statute has run.
Oh.
I mean, they'll talk about, well, we're going to close the file if we don't hear back from you in 8 minutes. It's like, close the damn file. I don't care. Just open it up again when I get ready to talk to you. Right. But once the statute runs, they're done. They can just shut it down and be like, well, no more no more involvement of us. Because they try to play that game sometimes on, like crash victims and stuff, where they know, they're right up against the statute. They'll delay and delay and delay, and hopefully the people miss the statute. And then they're like, yes, sorry. It's not up to us to alert you of the statute. Did you hear about this story? They discovered that there was no client list. There's no list for Epstein at all.
Wow.
Nothing to see here, people.
And DOJ and FBI put out their statements at the exact same time.
They're like, see? We looked. There was nothing there.
Just 2 weeks after Trump got accused of being on that list.
you could get 3 times the value of your shit.
But you have to give them notice. You know, you have to serve notice on them. But yeah, you can. You know, it's not that easily pulled off. I mean, again, it's one of those things where, you know, judgment is only worth your ability to collect it. You know, and a lot of times these issues come up with people that are relatively judgment-proof. Yeah. You know, and it's stupid shit like stole a lawnmower and stuff like that. You know. But like, you know, on bad checks and stuff, you can sometimes get treble damages on those and actually get paid on them, you know, because they're kind of like pseudo criminal, you know, it tiptoes over into the criminal world. So those sometimes get paid just to make them go away, you know.
Now, are those assignable? Are those claims assignable? Do you happen to know? Like if I went around buying bounce checks.
I would say that my gut says you're not the real party in interest, and I don't think generally the courts would be too crazy about, you know, factoring bad checks for profit. You know, most of the judges don't like this shit. They don't really like when you nail somebody with treble damages or ask for some kind of windfall penalty or something, you know, it's just like, I went into court like the day after I took my oath on a case I'd been working on for a little while before and thought I had a freaking slam dunk TRO to get issued and Jeffco thinking I couldn't lose, and this judge shut me right the hell down. I mean, shut me down. It was a good lesson to be learned that you're not as smart as you think you are, and you're not always as right as you think you are. And
well, that's for sure, yeah.
And that judge probably did me a favor that day, you know. But that's when you roll into court and spout off your new bar number. The judge is like, they go that high? Had to go and buy me a new mountain bike over the weekend.
Cool. Where are you going to take it?
What's that?
Where are you going to take it?
I don't know. Mostly it will be down in Florida, which surprisingly they have a lot of mountain biking down there.
At 3 in the morning?
No. That's cool. No. But I'll ride on some of the, I'm not going to ever ride some of that crazy gnarly stuff that people do, but I'm more of a trail kind of guy, you know.
I took a lesson last year.
Yeah. Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, this is John Fuller filling in for Tom Martino and Mark, who are both out today on a well-deserved day off. And joining me here in the studio is Attorney Brad O'Brien and Deputy Dimitri, and we are here for you. Our entire mission is to help you solve problems take complaints and handle issues that are going on in your life. So give us a call at 303-713-8255 if you have an issue that we can help you with, if it's a challenge with the landlord or a company that you're trying to do business with, or just about anything. Give us a shot. We'd love to take a shot at helping you today. So my background is I am an attorney here in town. I'm a personal injury attorney. I've been practicing law for about 23 years now, I think, under last count. And so if you have an issue that is focused on accidents, on car insurance, on policy interpretation, on just about anything that's going on relating to an automobile, if you have questions about whether or not you should get certain coverages like uninsured motorist or MedPay, if you have questions about umbrellas, I am here to answer all of those questions from the perspective of a guy who uses those coverages. I'm the guy that takes what you buy from your insurance agent and turns it into money in the event that you have an accident and you need to file a claim against the other guy's insurance or even against your own insurance company. So I'm happy to help you with any of those questions. Just give us a call. Mr. O'Brien, on the other hand, tell us a little bit about your practice, Brad.
Well, I help people buy and sell both the residential and commercial property, and if there's a dispute, anything can go wrong with a transaction or a boundary line dispute or just pretty much anything. I can help out with the dispute. Many disputes don't have to go to court, but if they do need to go to court, I do go to court as well.
So what is that all sounds good in principle, but like just mom and pop real estate purchaser, what are some of the things that they should be on the lookout for? When should they call you? When do you really do your best work in helping consumers out in transactions?
Well, I really think everybody needs to have an attorney when buying or selling any real estate. And in Colorado, residential buyers and sellers typically do not. They sort of trust the title company to get things right. But you cannot really rely on the title company because they're not lawyers and they're not your lawyer to get the documents right. So I review closing documents before the closing and make sure that everything's good. If they're not, I get them fixed. This is one of the biggest transactions of someone's life is buying or selling a house or some commercial real estate. And
so you mean to tell me that you can't rely upon the nice real estate agent to give you good, solid legal advice about what every provision in that contract means?
Well, no, real estate brokers are not allowed to practice law. All they can do is really fill in blanks.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it safe to assume that I'm not the only guy that's run into realtors that kind of think they're attorneys and think they know how things work and think they know how to interpret contracts?
Well, many push the boundaries of what they're allowed to say to their buyer or seller clients. But there's definitely a line. And many real estate brokers know when there's truly a dispute that needs an attorney to call in or to recommend that their clients bring in an attorney at that time.
Right. Just for the average home buyer, give me an estimate, out of 10 or out of even 100, transactions. You're just kind of standard. We're buying a home. We're getting a loan. Nothing out of the ordinary. I think out of the ordinary to me means either atypical properties where there may be multi-use, there may be water issues, there may be, bigger acreage than, say, the standard little residential lot. New construction, I think, is kind of an atypical deal because it has a lot of other factors to it. But just a good old regular buying a house kind of transaction. Out of, say, 100 of those cases, how many of them will have issues that come up that really needed to have an attorney on?
Well, I find issues on every single transaction.
Every single transaction?
Yeah, some may be small. Maybe on the closing statement, there's some closing figures that are wrong, off by $500. But sometimes, I look at the title, I look at the survey, I look at the contract documents. You check the wrong box in the contract, and you do something that's not local custom, you might have cost yourself a couple $1,000s. For example, if it's the seller custom for if it's the local custom for the seller to pay the title insurance, that could be $2,000 or $3,000, and somebody might check the buyer pays box on that, and that just costs somebody. Just checking that box a couple $1,000.
So when do they need to get you involved? When's really the best time?
I like to be brought in before the contract is signed.
Okay.
because that's when I can influence the contract. Now, many don't call a lawyer until after the contract is signed, which is fine. And at that point, I can still help them in the due diligence phase, looking at the title report, looking at the survey, any other reports that get done on the property I can look at, appraisal, inspection. And then, especially before the closing, we need to make sure that the closing documents reflect what the contract provided.
Cool. I've got some more questions. We're going to try to finish up with Christy here and go back on the line here. Christy is calling us today just prior to the passing of her husband. Her husband's kids showed up and helped themselves to some furniture and some other items of personal property that belonged to, belonged to her husband or collectively were owned by Christy and her husband. And I guess I'm trying to really understand here, Christy, you filed a claim. You did all the right things. You filed a police report, that kind of stuff. But this happened back in 2019. And here we are in 2025, and you're still going after and trying to collect on things. And USAA is just telling you we're not going to cover this. They think it's a family member, it's either past the deadlines, you didn't do the right steps to preserve your rights. I mean, am I kind of summarizing what USAA is telling you?
When I called originally in 2019, I was on a recorded line.
Okay.
And I asked the girl specifically, do I need to do this with any certain period of time? Because I'm unpacking and discovering things as I unpack.
Right.
And she said, no, as long as you open the claim right away, it doesn't matter.
So when did you officially open the claim?
October of 2019.
And when did you
has that.
And when did you finally supply the documentation to them substantiating your claim?
I gave them everything in April of this year.
Of this year? So you opened this claim in 19 and didn't supply the documentation until 2025?
Correct.
Do you know what the statute of limitation is on theft in Colorado?
Well, from the police, they told me it was 3 years to prosecute criminally.
Okay.
Civilly, it was a different thing. It never ends. And
they told you it never ends.
Right.
Okay.
That civilly, the USA could go after them if they wanted to.
Have you thought about trying to do that?
No, I haven't.
Why not?
Well, because it costs a lot of money, and so I, decided first to try you guys.
Yeah. Do you have proof of the items that you claim that they stole? Do you have photographs of them taking the furniture items?
I have photographs of the items in my condo and photographs of the items in their house.
Okay. And how would you respond if they say, Dad said I got that piece of furniture and he wanted me to have it?
Well, his dad didn't say that. He had given one of his sons. My husband was a race car driver and had a lot of trophies, and he'd given his son 3 trophies. And I said to him before he died, I said, "Is there anything else that you would like your kids to have?" And he said, "No, I've given them everything that I want them to have." And I said, "Okay."
Okay. So, all right. Here's the deal, Christy. There is a statute of limitation for civil claims. There is on every civil claim. And yours under the civil theft statute is also controlled by a statute of limitations. And I think that, there's arguments that it could be as short as 1 year, but I think that 3 years is a safe assumption. And you would be long past that. And so, here's the kind of the bottom line. Insurance companies, listen, I can't imagine a circumstance where they are going to pay a claim that you didn't supply any information on for 5 or 6 years after the event that you're making a claim for. I'm sure, given my experience with USAA, that they had to send you some correspondence along the way saying, if nothing else, we haven't heard from you. When are you going to send this stuff? If we don't hear from you, we're going to close the claim. And I think they would be well within their rights after 5 or 6 years to close that claim and not move any further on it.
I also think the fact that you have gone past the statute of limitations is going to be problematic for two reasons. One, the insurance company would not have the ability to go after them and try to collect that money civilly, which insurance companies do when they have to pay a claim. Part of the policy language that you agree to in the policy is that you'll do nothing to really, foreclose their ability to go after somebody down the road. And so when you take no action and you let that much time go by, the argument could be made that you didn't perfect that right. You didn't file the lawsuit that would have preserved their ability to do it. But also from the standpoint of you personally, I don't think you could go and file that claim without also getting kicked out for failing to, preserve the statute of limitation. Statutes of limitations are the date that you have to file the lawsuit. They don't have to be resolved by that date, but they have to be filed by that date. And if you don't file them, the court loses jurisdiction to hear that matter completely. And so even though you may be 100% right with 100% evidence on your side, the court loses jurisdiction and you're not able to pursue that anymore. So I think in this situation that you probably have lost the ability to go after any sort of recovery on this. And that's just my opinion, but that's kind of just based on my experience dealing with these insurance companies for over 20 years. But Christy, I appreciate the call. Best of luck to you. Let us know if you find anything else out on that. We're going to take another break right now. We'll be right back. Daryl, hang on the line. We'll be right back with you.
I was just looking at the civil theft statute of limitations, and there's just a case this year in March that clarified that previously it was considered a 2-year statute of limitations, but in wage claims they extended it to 3 years, saying the 3-year statute applies because the wage is property, and the 3-year statute.
So you think it's still 2?
But I think it's 2 for like money.
Yeah.
But if it's property,
so
like
here probably 3. So.
3 because the 3-year statute covers replevant.
She's screwed anyway,
yeah,
and definitely under replevant it ain't going to happen.
Yeah.
So she wouldn't win on replevant anyway.
Yeah.
She'd have to post a bond and all that shit. It would just be an ugly case. No attorney's going to take that case. She's right. It would cost her $1 zillion in retainers to get somebody on her side because there's no money there. It's not a bad faith case against USAA. At best, it's a replevant action against the kids.
Yeah.
And saying his dying words, that's not exactly the dying declaration that we all learned about in evidence class,
Ray, did you happen to encounter anything about that 1 year?
Well, 1 year is intentional torts.
Okay.
2 years is other torts like negligence, and the catch-all. If there's no limitations provided by statute for anything, it falls under the 2 years. The catch-all.
Okay.
And 3 year is breach of contract, fraud, misrepresentation, conversion. That's conversion. Yeah, conversion replevant. Conversion is taking the property. Replevant is getting it back.
Replevant is Latin for give me my shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but this case in March said basically that since wages are a type of property because they've been earned and it's something you own, it's an asset, versus just I don't know why cash would be different. I guess
cash is in around.
Because before that it was a 2 year for most things. It's still. I remember looking at this before. I never got to the bottom of it until before today about how the civil theft statute doesn't have a statute of limitations in it, and it's not described in specifically anywhere else. So I would have thought the catch-all.
What is wage theft?
Not paying your employees.
Oh, okay. It's that simple. Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
like underpaying.
Wage claim. I mean, not paying overtime. Not paying your employees. Period. I mean, if you owe them money and you abscond with it and don't pay them, they sometimes get sensitive about that.
We just got a new bad check statute case. We get to go sue for 3 times the damages. So I have to do a special letter. Gives them, I think, 15 days or something like that.
Used to be 10 days, I think. But you had to give them that letter, and then you could
Treble
damages.
Yep.
I think that was part of what that case I went into court and thought I couldn't lose on. I was wrong.
Oh, you didn't give them the notice?
No, we gave them notice. We were trying to go in and execute on some property, and the property was like a bobcat and some equipment and stuff like that, you know.
Yeah, it's 15 days.
It was I don't even remember. It's been so long ago. I just remember the experience of getting my ass handed to me that stuck. I don't remember the exact merits of the case, but so.
Oh, and you went in on a TRO. That's where you saw the judge.
Yeah.
You don't see judges too often in this state. I first started out in Chicago. Before, nothing was computerized.
Right.
So I would go to court maybe 3 times a week, and I'd stack up 1 to 3, usually a couple of cases at the same visit. And you'd see your judge all the time. If you wanted to file a motion for an extension of time, you went to the court and argued that motion. You know.
Because you were already there.
Well, there was no computer filing.
Right.
So there was a whole, on the Daily Center from Blues Brothers, there's a whole floor for the filing floor. There was a sea of clerks, maybe 50, 75 clerks, just paper, just pushing paper. Just half the whole floor, just clerks.
Right.
And so you'd actually go in there to file your motion, get stamped, take in a couple of copies.
Your Honor, just filed this a couple minutes ago.
They're probably computerized now.
Yeah.
It's about 20 years. They're probably the last to go computer. But that was neat because you'd see your judges, you'd see the opposing counsel all the time on your cases.
Yeah, I wish we were more like that. But I mean, after COVID, like. Good afternoon. We're back, 11:24. This is John Fuller on the Troubleshooter Network, and we are just trucking right along here. We were talking to Brad O'Brien before the break and trying to get an idea of, from a consumer perspective, like really, when should I have an attorney on my side? What will the attorney do? How much should I plan to budget for a just typical real estate transaction where there's nothing really wrong, but just for the peace of mind that knowing everything is pretty okay? Do you have any loose parameters on something like that, Brad?
Well, I mean, certainly on commercial real estate, absolutely every single transaction should have a lawyer on both sides. No question. Commercial real estate. On the residential, maybe $1 million and up is pretty common to have them on both sides. So under $1 million of buying or selling homes is where very few attorneys are used in Colorado. And I'm typically brought in if something goes sideways. But, I'm adding value from the first minute. Buyers wouldn't think of some things like that I would pick up on. I'm constantly issue spotting. There's 100 different issues or more that could pop up in any given transaction. For example, a shared driveway. That's an issue. That's an issue that you need to have something documented. Who's gonna, all these things about who's gonna maintain it, who's gonna replace it, how is it going to be shared, all sorts of things like that.
Yeah. It's all the stuff you don't really think about, or you do think about it, and the realtor says, "Oh, that's no problem. Here's how it works," but you don't really know until a problem comes up, and that's when you learn, what the documents actually say and how these issues are going to be dealt with when the neighbor parks a boat in the middle of the shared driveway or something like that. So we're going to go through some more of those issues. Daryl, you are on hold with an issue about Fred Loya. What's going on with you, Daryl?
Yes. Well, this is actually my daughter-in-law's car.
Okay.
But I'm just trying to get some feel for what's proper and what's not. I mean, I don't know if I should give you all this whole story or not, but, you know, in April, she had an accident where another person turned in front of her, and it was the other person's fault. We even have the police report, but the police would not give her any information at the scene.
Okay.
They chased her away, which is really weird, but we did finally get the police report, and the guy did go to court, and, you know, he was found guilty and blah, 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 and his insurance is Fred Lawyer Insurance. Well, so it wasn't until a month later that we actually got the claim filed with Lawyer Insurance. And I do have a document from Lawyer Insurance saying, well, these are the two options we'll give you on the car as far as the settlement goes, right? Okay, well, first off, we think they're kind of lowballing the whole thing a little bit. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, of course they are.
But the real issue, I think, more than anything, is that other than the initial contact, they've been unresponsive mostly.
Yeah.
And until recently, I think in the last week possibly, there was another woman that she managed to contact that seemed like she was going to be more helpful, but it just seemed like this was dragging along, and I'm thinking, well, should we just go file a complaint with the Colorado Insurance Board? Or would that even be helpful?
Yeah. So first things first, Daryl, was your daughter hurt in this accident?
No.
So we're just talking about property damage, right?
Yeah, fender bender, basically.
Okay, cool. So does your daughter have full coverage on her car?
No.
Okay. So when you only have liability, you're a little bit limited to just the whims of the other insurance company. The power play in this would be, and I tell people this all the time, everybody hates this concept of taking out a claim on their own insurance. And I agree that can be perilous, and everybody's heard the horror stories about, you know, rates going through the roof and stuff like that. But the reality is that the law in Colorado says they can't raise your rates for an accident that you weren't at fault for. And so frequently when I run up on companies that are dragging their feet, or they're giving me a crappy valuation or something, I will bring my own insurance company in and get them to evaluate it and play both values against each other. If my company came in lower, obviously nobody would know anything about that. But if they came in higher, then I use that to go back to the Fred Lawyers of the world to say, hey, you know, here's two separate, objective evaluations of the value of this car. And you guys are way off track here. The second thing you can do when you don't have that power play is demand that they give you a copy of the report so you know exactly how they arrived at the value of your car. Go out, find your own comps, and use that to suggest what you guys think the value is. And then at the end of the day, I don't know the value of your daughter's car. Is it over $7,000 or $8,000, or how much money are we talking about here?
No, it's less than that.
Okay.
It's probably more in the $5,000-$6,000 range because of the mileage on it now.
Okay.
It's a 2010 Prius.
Okay, so what I'm getting at is the value kind of dictates which court you would go into in the event that you wanted to go and sue that other driver yourself. But the fact that they have insurance doesn't mean you have to go through the insurance company or even accept their valuation of the vehicle. So your daughter could go into small claims court with the $6,000 car, have her supporting documentation of the value, and could simply get a judgment against her with very little effort. And the insurance company would have almost no power to do anything other than pay that judgment in the full amount that the court decided the car was worth. So that would be, my suggestion on how to really power play that. Otherwise, you're absolutely entitled to file a complaint with the real estate, or not the real estate commission, but the Division of Insurance. And they are receptive to that. And companies hate when complaints get filed, and they are responsive to that. So that is one easy step that doesn't cost a lot of money. The small claims also doesn't cost a lot of money, but it takes a little bit more time and effort and commitment to follow through and do it the right way. But
right, okay, very good. Yeah, I mean, we did initially talk to her insurance about all this, and they came back and basically said, well, we can't help you in that basically any way, shape, or form.
And that's pretty typical with just a liability policy. So that's all I got for you, Daryl. Appreciate the phone call. Hopefully that helps. Good luck, and definitely let us know how that works out with your daughter, okay? We are going to go to a break right now. We'll be right back.
Can you hear my crazy court story?
Sure.
2 weeks ago, I had my first trial against this telephone spammer. I'm 80% of the way through my case. I just presented Exhibit 12. The defendant pipes up, suddenly remembers the witness he should have brought.
How'd that work out?
1.5 month adjournment so that his witness can come.
What? The judge,
Yes.
Judge let him.
In Denver.
Small claims?
Small claims. That's my last. I'm going to county court from now on.
What?
It's district
court, you wouldn't fly.
It's Thunderdome over there.
Especially for an attorney. No attorney, right?
No attorney.
Okay, they give leniency to pro se.
We're halfway through the trial. The guy suddenly remembers a surprise witness.
Oh, not disclosed? Well, that's up to you. Did you object?
Yes, I did.
Undisclosed, unfair surprise?
Yep.
Prejudice.
Overruled.
Judge, this is...
Overruled. I also objected to hearsay. Overruled.
What's the word?
Yes, sir.
I objected to hearsay within hearsay.
Hey, Brad, when you're on this button right here.
Huh?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I don't know if he could tell, but
I saw that you turned it on. So make sure to hit that button before you talk on yours and stuff.
Oh, did I forget last time? Oops.
yeah, okay. Well, I'm offline anyway, but
Yeah, just make sure that you hit that button and leave it on the program.
Okay.
That way you'll come online at the same time. So
Okay.
he caught it and turned it on.
Oh, yeah, I think that time I forgot.
Second, so.
Yep.
So I'm done with small claims bullshit. I mean,
Lawyers have law degrees, and I have brain damage.
And I got the brain damage, you know. That's your new favorite line. What about what's that guy up Drew or something? Or
New Jersey Drew?
No, not that one. The one about the what was it? The big minority women or something that he said the other day, or yes, absolutely. He was long story short, he went into a Home Depot and bought an air conditioner, and they were supposed to come install it, and they didn't. And the rep at Home Depot told him they would, and it was a large minority woman. And, you know, he fell out and almost died, and the cops saved him. And, you know, typical kind of Drew story that just had a number of different facets to it. But that one line in particular was a new top 10 for him, and Dragon saved it. So.
And nobody responded, yes, I have seen her statue in Times Square. But where does this leave us today, Drew?
I know the statute they're talking about. You know which one that is?
Yeah.
I don't know that she was working in that Home Depot that day, but yes, indeed.
Really uplift no.
I don't have anybody on the line, so I'm going to ramble for a bit and probably turn it over. You've got some questions for
Brad and for you.
I did achieve a new milestone, or I don't know what you want to call it. He called me both an idiot and a jerk in the same phone call.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That was awesome.
Not many people can say that. You know, it's bad when he thinks Mark is a nicer guy than me.
You've never even had a judge say that to you?
Well, not comparing me to Marc Mager.
All right.
You know.
Now, I will say Mark has probably won more cases.
Second only by Dimitri, coming up a close second. You know?
Oh, my gosh. Talk about a boy named Sue.
Mark's certainly been to small claims court more than I've ever driven by a small claims court in any jurisdiction in any state. It's on a first-name basis with the clerks in there. Hey, Mark, how you doing?
Shocked he hasn't sued them for something.
All right. John Fuller here, back with the Troubleshooter Network, and we are moving right along here. We've got some open lines, so give us a call today. We're here to help you with whatever issue you might have as it relates to consumer issues. If you've been scammed, if you've been cheated, if you feel like somebody is trying to take your money and not provide you the right level of service, then by all means give us a call and let's talk about it. There's a couple of issues going on that, just it kind of loosely ties in with Brad that I wanted to talk about today. And obviously one of the big ones going on right now are these floods in Texas. And I think this morning the death count is up to like 82 people, and there's still a couple dozen people missing. And it's just absolutely horrible, the level of loss and stuff. But, if you really dig deep into it and stuff, then you start to find out, and Michael Brown went through this exhaustively this morning and did a phenomenal job on it. But you start to find out that this was an area known as the flash flood zone. And is an area that historically has had this happen before, even with more water and stuff. And it starts to make me think of, I think a lot of the callers know I've got family in Florida, and we have for years and years, where they have hurricanes. And I've looked at properties down there where we're always looking at like the flood zone and the flood risk and stuff like that. But it's not always obvious when you look at a property, what are these risks that are out there? What can you insure against? What can you not insure against? Brad, do you ever get into like flood risk and natural disaster risk and stuff like that with some of the properties that you work on deals?
Well, we do look at the flood zone designation on any purchase. Usually it's X, if you're outside of a 100-year range, event range. Normally you cannot build if it's in a designated flood zone area. So I am aware that actually flood maps have changed in the last 10 years. So maybe flood maps that you saw when you purchased 20 or 30 years ago may not be relevant. And the difference is that the newer flood maps that are getting done are showing more properties included in flood zones. So it's an issue.
Right. I think a more accurate way to state it is you can build in flood zones, but where you run into problem is insuring in flood zones. And that's, half the state of Florida is in a flood zone of one variety or another. And the problem that we run into there is that flood insurance, which is a federal program, only provides limited coverage. And when you've got a home that's being financed and you've got a bank interest that requires there to be insurance covering everything, you just can't do it unless the property is built, extremely high above that flood zone or something like that. But But I wouldn't think in Colorado that you've got a lot of awareness of that. You know, I think back to the floods that happened here. I don't know if you remember those back in 13 or something, the floods up north. You know, it was a similar deal where, you know, call it a 100-year flood zone, or I heard something this morning, somebody called it a 500-year event or something like that. But even 500-year events still happen. And so sometimes, you know, when you find yourself in an area where you've got flowing water and it's subject to, you know, some of these torrential rainstorms and stuff, there's always that risk. And I just don't know how you can foresee that risk in some of these transactions for these weekend homes up in the Big Thompson, you know, Canyon and stuff like that. Where do you get involved in helping a buyer kind of navigate through that stuff?
Well, it's just really a buyer decision. My role as an attorney is to advise of apparent risks of a transaction. For example, buying something that has a flood zone designation. And some of those risks might be you may not be able to insure the property for the full building cost, and or if the FEMA coverage would be nominal and not cover a whole lot of your building cost. That's the part that you're personally taking a risk on. So it's then, once I've advised the client of the risk, their decision as the client to either assume that risk or move forward or not with that risk in mind.
Where's the line between a duty to disclose and your duty to, you know, to discover facts that you can find on your own? Like, where is that line?
Well, I think the standard of care is to advise a purchaser to do the standard get the standard documents, which are get the title report, do a survey. I recommend a survey in every transaction, even in like a subdivision in Denver. Get a survey, even if it's something called an improvement location certificate, which is not really a survey, but at least it shows you where the house is in connection with the boundary lines.
Will an ILC show easements and that kind of stuff as well?
Not supposed to. No. An ILC is not a survey. It's just a certificate that the improvements are on the property. That's all it is. If you get a drawing, that's a bonus. So if the property is anywhere other than a subdivision in Denver or another city, like if it's out in the country or if it's in the hills, I recommend a full survey, which is an ALTA survey, and that shows you a whole lot more information. It shows you the easements of record. It shows you easements that might be apparent on the ground that the surveyor saw. Like if there's a dirt road going across a property that's not the source of a recorded easement, that's something that can be discovered by walking the property, and that would be reflected on the ALTA survey. And an ALTA survey can also show the flood zone designations. A big property might have a couple of different flood zone designations, and it would show you the part that's in the flood zone and the part that's not.
Gotcha. I've got a couple more questions on that subject. Larry, hang on the line. We're going to be right back after this break to handle your question and a couple more. So hang on.
Oh, I don't answer 1031 questions.
Today.
I refer people to a 1031 advisor.
You are today.
It's so IRS technical.
I bet you are today. Watch me go.
There's so many ins and outs of 1031.
What says you, Brad?
Yeah. Then you can pick the brain of a 1031 person for free. You know?
Do we have a 1031 person? Hello, mysterious studio people.
That's really under tax advice, which I don't give. I'm not a tax lawyer.
But you can tell us what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all we can get into here.
I mean, it's when it gets into deadlines for designating properties and closing, how many properties. I think you can designate 3 properties within so many days, and you got to close on one of them within 6 months. I don't know, something like that. Probably Google it in 2 seconds.
Man, water is so powerful. It's just amazing. Hey guys, do we have somebody for probate issues like wills and trusts and stuff? Hello. Dan who?
Mackenzie?
Oh, that's right.
That's all he does.
I mean, that water came up like 26 feet in 45 minutes.
Crazy.
Feet?
Feet.
Was it a rainstorm? Is that the source?
Yeah.
God.
Flash Flood Alley. It's in hill country of Texas, so all the water flows down to the river, you know. And there's all these people that are trying to make it out, you know, blaming on, if possible, blaming on Trump and everything else, you know. It's like, God dang it. One girl was on Twitter talking about the church camp, you know, and make no mistake, them all white folks and stuff, you know. It's like, really? Really? I don't understand people.
I weep for society.
What kind of show is the Michael Brown show?
Say again?
What does Michael Brown talk about?
Politics.
You don't listen to him?
Nope.
It's a good show.
Current events in the context of politics.
He was the Undersecretary of Homeland Security and the Director of FEMA back during the Katrina days.
Oh, so he knows about this stuff.
He actually knows what he's talking about.
Wow.
I enjoy his show. I think he's a really smart dude, and I learn a lot from listening to him.
Wasn't he a law instructor at DU?
Not at any time I was there, but he is a lawyer, but I don't know if he's ever taught law or not.
He totally doesn't sound like his voice. I mean, he doesn't look like his voice. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, call that dude. How long have you lived in Colorado?
Oh, since high school.
Okay.
Yeah. So that'd be in the 80s.
What year did you graduate high school?
86.
57 or so?
Exactly.
I was 85. Class of 85 is alive.
Was it here in Colorado?
No.
Florida?
Georgia. Yeah, I grew up in Georgia. Right on. Hey, good afternoon. John Fuller here with the Troubleshooter Network. Getting back to the show, we've got a couple callers lined up we're going to get to before the end of the hour break. If you have an issue that you'd like help on, give us a call today. The number is 303-713-8255. In the studio with me is Brad O'Brien, a real estate attorney extraordinaire, and Deputy Dimitri. So we've got you covered on both ends. Give us a call. We'd be happy to help. Larry, you have a question on 1031 exchanges. What's going on, Larry?
Well, Mr. O'Brien, I'm kind of interested in doing this. I've got some agricultural land in western Nebraska. I'm kind of tired of battling farm prices and rising costs. I've got a good tenant that's renting the land and bringing in good crops, but you're always dealing with hail and don't know if you're going to sell at a low price or high price. So I'm kind of wondering about an exchange. And I've got a guy that had bought a cousin's property that borders mine, and he's pursuing my interest in selling to him. But I've had control of it ever since my father passed back in 2007, and I'm having a hard time finding out exactly what we took a step up in basis when he died. I don't know exactly what that number went to. We're thinking around $500 an acre. There's 320 acres, so a half section. Now the property's maybe selling for upwards of $1,300 an acre.
Okay.
So I'm looking to see how 1031 exchanges work. I've read a little bit.
So let me just bring some of the listeners up to speed here. I'm not a tax attorney, and so I'm just going to give you my kind of loose overview, and Brad will jump in here and help us out as well. But a 1031 exchange is a creature of the IRS that allows you to sell one investment property and then roll the proceeds and the gain of that property into another investment property and defer the taxation of that gain until some point down the road. And there are very detailed rules about designation of properties and time frames that you have to actually close the new sale and stuff. When he talks about a step-up basis, when your dad passed, as the beneficiary of that, of your dad leaving that land to you, you're entitled to a step-up in basis, which means your basis in the property steps up to the actual value of the property at the time of death. And so that saves you a good chunk of taxes if he had held it for a long time and it was highly appreciated for your dad. But you've also done well in the sense that it was $500 then and it's $1,300 an acre now, so you're going to have a significant gain. And so, the advice that I can tell you is the risk in a 1031 is that you make a mistake and miss one deadline by one day or one designation that's not just perfect, and then it throws the whole thing into a situation where the IRS would disqualify the 1031, and you get taxed on that entire amount of gain and stuff. And so there are 1031 companies that you can use that will actually assist and walk you through that. There are attorneys that specialize in 1031 exchanges that can also assist you in that. Brad, do you have some thoughts on 1031 exchanges and some of the risk involved there? Or?
Well, many of the deals that I'm involved in are 1031 exchanges, but being a creature of the tax code, section 1031 of the IRS tax code, it really falls under tax advice, which is out of my area. But in general, you're selling a property, and then your exchange intermediary, the person who's assisting you, will tell you what your rollover portion is, and that's the portion that goes into the new property and becomes your basis there. And normal 1031 exchanges, you sell your property first, and then you buy the replacement property, and you've got a deadline to like 45 days to identify 3 potential properties that you're going to purchase, and then you've got some additional time. I think it's like 6 months to close on the final purchase. Now you can do a backwards 1031, reverse 1031, where you're actually buying the replacement property first and selling your property second, and that has different timelines.
What sort of property are you looking at buying, Larry?
Well, I've looked at some raw land in Colorado.
Okay.
That is all in a CRP program, but I need to further investigate what their payments are going forward,
right?
And the term of that payment. And I don't know what you can exchange for. I don't think it has to be like agricultural to agricultural. It could be, agricultural to a house, to an apartment, to a condo, and it can go across state lines, I understand, I guess.
That's consistent with my understanding. It doesn't have to be like-kind property, but it does have to be an investment property that is going to be, and I don't even know if it has to be income-producing investment property, but certainly purchased with a long-term gain in mind. Brad, do you believe?
Yeah,
is there
vacant land qualifies if it's held for business use.
Right.
If you're
certainly CRP payments would be an income stream, but anything else, Larry? We're coming up against a hard break here. Is there anything else in particular if you want to stay over the break? You're welcome to.
Well, not necessarily particularly, I guess, unless they would really delve into some longer sort of conversation, but I think
I appreciate the call, Larry. Have a good day.
Have you heard about boot in 1031s?
Boot?
Yeah, it's a concept of if you sold a property that had a mortgage on it, then all the proceeds from the sale are not necessarily the rollover proceeds. There's a portion called boot that you have to account for separately. It's weird. The portion that came from the mortgage payoff. I don't know the concept, how it works, but I just know that it exists.
Huh. I haven't heard of boot.
A lot of ins and outs.
All right, I'm going to run to the boys.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
People are opening fire on ICE facilities and shooting cops and. Yeah.
Lawyers have law degrees, and I have brain damage.
Hey, we were talking earlier about the other Drew comment that we pulled up the other day about the Home Depot associate, and he couldn't find it. You know which one I'm talking about? The large minority woman comment or something?
She was a big minority woman.
That's the one. We have a winner. I was telling them I managed to get called a jerk and an idiot both in the same phone call,
$1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Bills. That's bills. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Yeah. Ripped off. Bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, good afternoon. John Fuller here, filling in for Marc Mager and Tom Martino, who are enjoying a well-deserved day off today. Joining me in the studio is Deputy Dimitri, as always, and today we have a special guest in Brad O'Brien, real estate attorney, who is here to talk about issues that go into helping to facilitate real estate transactions for buyers and sellers, and also just general business litigation issues. So if you have any questions that are oriented to that sort of practice, take advantage of Brad being here in the studio. Give us a call with your questions. There's no time like the present. We have open lines. The studio phone number here is 303-713-8255. I, as most of you know, am a personal injury attorney, and for the last 20-something years, I've been practicing solely as a plaintiff's personal injury lawyer. That means that I represent people like you that have been involved in accidents, that have gotten injured, work through their claims against the insurance companies and the drivers that caused those accidents. And if you have any questions that are along the lines of accidents and insurance, proper coverages, that kind of stuff, by all means, give us a call. We'd be happy to work through those issues. On top of those, we're here to handle just about any question. We take questions, solve problems, take complaints. We're here to help you with any of your issues. And in addition to Brad and myself and Deputy Dimitri, we have a whole cadre of professional experts out there that are just a phone call away to help you with your issues. So give us a call. We are here to help you, and we look forward to doing so. Today is July 7th, following the big 4th of July weekend. Let's talk about fireworks a little bit. I heard through the grapevine, actually it wasn't the grapevine, it was on the Michael Brown show, that our illustrious producer might have been involved in the launching of some illicit fireworks this weekend.
I watched them.
You watched them?
Yes.
But I think there was some blood relatives involved in the procurement of said fireworks?
Possibly.
And did you properly dispose of those fireworks afterwards?
Like immediately following, like put it in a bucket of water?
Yeah, exactly.
And there was a fun one.
Take them to the neighbor's yard? I mean, what did you...
Unfortunately, one of the had like 20-something different rockets, and all of them didn't go off.
Yeah.
So we had to be very careful with that one. And one of the dumb teenagers went up there and did light the rest of them, but they all went off at the same time, so the entire box caught on fire. So then, of course, the neighborhood dads come out with fire extinguishers and hoses and everything. So everything was taken care of. Everything was fine.
Properly supervised, no alcohol involved, none of that stuff.
Yeah, properly supervised.
I used to live out in the country out east of Brighton for a number of years, and we had like horse property and stuff, but every year, I mean, I swear these guys must have spent at least a month's salary on a truckload of contraband from Wyoming. And the thing about it is, one was a cop and the other was a fireman. But you would have thought it was an Iraqi war zone or something. I mean, the mortars and stuff that were going off. And every single year without fail, somebody would send something up that would catch my horse pasture on fire. And so, as just a matter of routine, we would sit on the front porch and watch this stuff go up and watch it come down. And as soon as the fire would start, we'd run out there with a hose and
it's fine.
And
Nothing
put
wrong
the
with
thing
that.
out. It was not fine, but it was what it was. But welcome to Colorado. Then you've got the Wyoming version of that, where they stand on opposite sides of a field and literally shoot bottle rockets and Roman candles at each other.
No, I'm not saying there wasn't any Roman candle war between the teenagers. I'm just,
Oh, my goodness. That is crazy. I have personally seen homes that have burned to the ground because of fireworks that people just throw into a trash can, and they assume that once they're out, and frequently those things will reignite. And like you said, there are unfired ones that sit there and simmer.
Super careful with on those ones.
Yeah, it's crazy. And those people that go up and light them to try to get the last 3 or 4 to go off sometimes end up pulling back a nub and, have a fewer fingers and stuff like that than they started with. And it's just crazy. It's a lot of risk and a lot of danger. If you guys are still out there with your truckloads of fireworks and you're still setting them off, as seems to be the case around my house, please dispose of them properly. It's just not worth it. And these fires go up so fast. It's so dry and the wind blows and it just takes 2 seconds to have a whole house go up in flames. So.
Yeah, don't just immediately put them into the garbage can. Soak them first. Use your hose, use a bucket, something. Be smart about it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, where I used to live, nobody ever picked them up until at least the next day.
Right.
So, if they didn't catch my ditch on fire or the field, they were safe, in the driveway or the road wherever they fell and stuff, and it was fine. But just crazy, these mortars and stuff that go off are just huge bombs that go up. So So be careful out there. The other thing I wanted to bring up, I was welcome this morning. We have Amazon Prime Day starting up in a day or two. And I actually got an email first thing this morning that is one of the biggest days for Amazon fraud and phishing attacks for Amazon accounts and stuff of any other time of the year. And so it's gotten so bad that even Amazon is sending out emails. Maybe that was a pre-phishing email. I don't know. But it's crazy that Amazon has to send out things saying, no matter what, don't give your information to anybody. Don't accept the phone call asking for, identifying information about your accounts. Don't send any passwords. Don't verify your address on an email. Don't do anything that somebody reaches out to you about in these online transactions. And so when we come back from the break, I found a video that I wanted to share with the listeners, and it is truly a frightening video. It deals with the ability of AI-generated people to sell you things, to scam you, to take your money, to do other things. I'm going to tell you where to find this video for yourself. I want you all to go watch it and listen to it. It is truly frightening. So we will be right back after this break, and we'll talk about that.
Injured in a car accident, pain, suffering, lost work, medical bills? What's it all worth? And how do you collect? These are questions attorney John Fuller can answer. Call johnfuller.com. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino. Know your rights. Call fuller.com. 303-597-4500. He'll talk to you free of charge. And when he takes your case, you pay only when you win. Call fuller.com. That's callfuller.com.
Facing a job loss? Considering a pension buyout, a severance package, or what to do with your 401k? Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, and I can help. 720-488-8604. That's 720-488-8604.
Criminal defense, DUI, or other charges. Free initial consultations. Flat rate pricing. Joseph A. Lazzara, 303-429-6200. LazzaraLegal.com, L-A-Z-Z-A-R-A. Joe Lazzara, 303-429-6200.
Are you battling debilitating knee, hip, or shoulder pain that won't quit, trapped in an endless loop of steroid injections, or you're facing the daunting prospect of surgery? Michael Brown here, and I've got life-changing news. QC Kinetics is revolutionizing pain relief with regenerative medicine. No drugs, no scalpels, just life-changing results. Their cutting-edge cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma treatments unlock your body's natural healing power. Your body heals itself. I know it works because QC Kinetics saved my neck. Pain gone, full mobility restored. And I'm not alone. A staggering 92% of patients rave about their results. That's not just a stat. That's your ticket to a pain-free life. So don't waste another day in pain. Call QC Kinetics now at 303-900-8986 for your free second opinion and discover how this breakthrough treatment can transform your life. Schedule today in Aurora, Superior, Highlands Ranch, or Colorado Springs with just one phone call. 303-900-8986.
When it comes to selecting a real estate broker, accept no excuses. That's why I endorse this man.
We aggressively go to work for you. No gimmicks, no shortcuts, just results.
Frank Duran with RE/MAX Alliance.
You get my team's full support, but I personally negotiate the sale for you when you list your home with me. I'm with you every step of the way.
Go to Frank's website for tips on buying and selling. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, or call 303-920-1622.
Business owners, don't you love the summer in Colorado, but hate the paint? Do what business owner Steve did. He called Rhino Shield.
The building itself is made out of concrete block. We've had it painted once before, and I heard the ads for Rhino Shield, and that piqued my interest.
Rhino Shield ceramic technology is specifically formulated for our unique climate right here in Colorado, and it's Class 1 fire rated.
So the Rhino Shield crew that came out was really good. Next to our building, we have some automotive repair shop. There was No paint, no overspray anywhere that I could see, even on the concrete.
Business or residential, right now get the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 10% off the regular price.
You don't think of paint as an investment, but when you don't have to worry about painting your building for 25 years, to me is a no-brainer.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 844-317-4466. That's 844-31-RHINO or rhinoshieldco.com.
Tired of burning, tingling, or numbness in your feet keeping you up at night? Do you miss walking pain-free, enjoying the things in life that you love? I'm Dr. Joel Chernak, founder of Denver Regenerative Medicine. If you're suffering from foot neuropathy, whether from diabetes or another cause, there's hope. Advances in stem cell technology are helping people restore nerve function naturally. No drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Schedule your free consultation with us today at denverregen.com. That's denverregen.com.
Hi, Dan Cicchini. For custom kitchens or cabinetry finishing done right, go to drhi.com. Great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% APR with 72 equal monthly payments with approved credit. Call for details, 800-362-8370.
You've been injured in a car wreck. You have medical bills. Who's going to pay them? How do they get reimbursed? Especially if your bills are paid by an ERISA plan. This is Brad Pollock, the law firm of Bell & Pollock. We'll answer your questions on the next Bell & Pollock Injury Hub podcast on your favorite platform.
Don't even think about real estate investing unless you use the Vestera turnkey method. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino. I've trusted renowned realtor Barry Miller for more than 30 years. He has thoroughly researched undervalued cities with great potential, enlisted the best professional property managers, and he has timed exit strategies to double investments in just 2 years. They're safe and secure investments. 303-888-3788. 888-3788. VesteraTurnkey.com.
Sarah Spain for iHeart Women's Sports, presented by Capital One. WNBA head coaches have selected the 12 players named All-Star Reserves, including Chicago Sky forward Angel Reese, Los Angeles Sparks guard Kelsey Plum, Phoenix Mercury forward Alyssa Thomas, and Seattle Storm guard Skylar Diggins. Diggins and Thomas are the vets of the bunch. It's Diggins' 7th All-Star nod and Thomas's 6th. For more women's sports stories, subscribe to Good Game with Sarah Spain on iHeart Podcasts.
As a founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports Network, Capital One wants to help you hear more about today's top female athletes and keep more money in your wallet with no fees or minimums on checking accounts. Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One, N.A. member FDIC.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your local fiduciary advisor. TrajanWealth.com.
All right, good afternoon. We're back. This is John Fuller on behalf of the Troubleshooter Network. And before the break, I stumbled across a video this morning. And, you know, we all hear about AI and you know, artificial intelligence. Do you use AI in your practice, Fred?
No, not yet.
No. I mean, it's getting to where it's just everywhere you go. And people are using it in, you know, every conceivable good way to get information out and to help the public and stuff, but they're also using it for every bad way possible. I was recently turned on to a service that was being promoted as a way to get videos out there for your company, and you could give it a script, and you could actually pick the spokesperson, you could pick the language, you could pick the accent, you could pick any variable that you wanted, and they would actually produce a video of this person speaking. And it was okay. It wasn't phenomenal, but you know, if you were trying to get a lot of content out there, you know, you could certainly use that way. And apparently there's some benefits to having a lot of AI out there from a Google, you know, SEO standpoint. But this morning I stumbled onto a website, and a video that I think is just amazing. And it's amazing in a scary kind of way, because what it's showing you is how dang realistic the AI technology has gotten in its ability to put out fake people giving out fake or bad information to try to scam you. And so I immediately sent it to my mom, and my wife was going to send it to her mother, because, you know, our parents are getting to the age where they just simply are pretty gullible about stuff, especially on the computer and the iPad and all this crazy stuff, and they just don't know always whether to click a link or not. And my mom called me a couple weeks ago, and there was some siren going off in the background from some malicious software that she had clicked on, that it was locking up her thing, that was trying to get her to call Microsoft tech support, which of course it was an Apple device, so Microsoft had nothing to do with it. But thankfully she called me instead of calling the number on the screen that was being, broadcast as the only way to unlock her device and stuff. But I do encourage you guys to go out and find this video. And if you go to YouTube, write this down and put this in the little search term, and it'll come up for you. Write this down. It's called Watch This Fake AI Video Scam. And if you type that into YouTube, it'll bring up this video. And if you're like me, you're going to be shocked at how realistic the people on this video are. It's only about 3 minutes long, but it's one example after another of absolutely fictitious people making pitches for things that you've likely heard in your private life, trying to either get your name, your private information, your money, or otherwise. And so I highly encourage you to go out there and look at this video and send it to the people that you love and your family to say, look out, this is a bad deal out there, and try not to get scammed yourself. So that's my 2-cent community service message of the day. We all just looked at it here in this video, and we're shocked once again. Have you ever seen anything like that?
Man, I'm so glad you showed me this video. It is by far the best, not only the best I've ever seen. I didn't realize they can get this good. I mean, amazing. Prior to today, it was Marc Mager who shared some of these tools with me, and they actually look fake. But what you just uncovered is stunning. And I can only imagine how good this will be in just another year or two or less. And, it really is chilling to think of what the perverts are going to do with this technology. Not just the scammers, but the perverts. So it is just off the scale realistic. It is fascinating.
Let me ask, is there a way to tell that this is an AI video versus real?
You have to look real carefully. But on one of these that really caught my eye is the one that was intentionally degraded to make it appear as a convenience store surveillance video. So it makes it, and there's a guy stealing like a package of donuts or something in that video. So when they intentionally degrade it to impose that context on the subject matter, it becomes indistinguishable from reality.
Yeah. But there was another one that, if you think about these Texas floods and stuff, was a fire person, a lady, a female firefighter that was out there soliciting disaster relief. And I mean, you could not get more realistic than that lady was.
That one was the best clip.
She might as well be standing in front of you. You would not have known her as a fake at all. And so I was truly impressed and shocked by the quality of this video. So once again, go out there and look it up and see for yourself. Just search on YouTube, watch this fake AI video scam, and I think you'll be amazed at it. If you look at it and want to call us with your comments, by all means do that. The phone number here in this video is 303-713-8255. I'd love to hear your comments on this as well. Let's go to the phones real quick. Roger, you have an issue with the Circle K car wash. What's going on, Roger?
Yes, I do.
What's happening, Roger?
Hello? Well, what's happening is on the 12th of April, I went to the Circle K, and I usually just get the regular car wash without the wheels. This time I decided to pay the little extra money and get the wheels done.
Okay.
I went in, got car wash done. I drove straight home, got out of my car, went and looked down at my wheels and noticed that my rims were scraped up.
Oh.
I drove immediately back to Circle K, told the lady at the reception desk there that what had happened. She said, okay, I'm going to call the owner of the store, and she's going to get back with you. The owner of the store never got back with me. I kept calling and going back there, and then they told me, okay, we submitted a claim, and they gave me the claim number and everything. I went in and kept calling. Then on June, the 12th of June, they sent me a text saying that they investigated everything and they find that they're not at fault for anything because there was no other car damage claiming there was damage. And I said, well, did the cars get their wheels washed? And they didn't respond. The owner claimed that she spoke to me, which was a lie, and I told them that that wasn't true. Now my right front wheel, it says my tire monitor thing comes on, warning light, saying that there's a problem with my traction control.
Roger, how old is your car?
It's a 2018. I bought it new and always took it to the GMC dealer to get worked on.
Right. So, Roger, these things are kind of tricky here. You know, the general rule is of course, you know, the owner of a piece of equipment that is being used to wash your car would be liable if it damaged your car. I mean, that kind of goes without saying. However, for a non-essential service like that, they can get you to waive their responsibility by putting up signs that say, as a condition of you using the car wash or whatever it is, that you agree to waive, you know, simple negligence, which would probably cover, you know, if there was some sort of, I don't know, material on the brushes or something that scraped your wheels or anything. Do you recall seeing anything like that on either the ticket that you bought to get the code to go in there or a sign around the car wash?
I have a copy of the ticket. There's nothing saying that. I even realized that thought. I went back to the car wash and looked around. I took pictures of the area. There's nothing indicate that any damage is my responsibility. And seems like they just blew me off pretty much. When I called them and told them that, look, I checked with GMC dealer and they said it's $600 and some per rim. They claimed that, you know, after a few months they went back in and said, no, we don't see where we caused any damage.
You said it was $600 of damage, but not a check.
No, $600 for each rim.
For each rim, and all four of them are destroyed?
Yeah. All four of them have been scraped up and scratched. But now the problem is my traction control monitor comes on, and now my right front wheel is not even showing any air pressure, even though there's air pressure in it.
Okay.
And I'm kind of like stuck here.
Well, it just seems like to me, I'm not a car guy at all whatsoever. So, but $2,400 for a tire pressure monitor system, that seems like a pretty good deal there, my friend. So you've got extra money to spend. And I'm not a car guy. I don't know what rims would have to do with the traction.
Yeah, I don't think that's what he's saying. The rims were $2,400. The tire pressure monitoring system is a little device that goes inside the tire.
Right, but that's not working now. He's saying it's not working now because of the car wash. So if he got $600 a rim from the car wash to fix this stuff,
that should go far enough. Yeah. Listen, in any car wash, I think that a TPMS system it's hard to really destroy in a car wash because it's inside your tire. And so I don't know that the water from a car wash or a brushing, event would actually cause that. That may just be a coincidence that it happened at the same time. But, a trip to your dealership would probably be the first step to figure that out. Have you insisted that they give you the insurance information for the Circle K?
No, sir. I didn't know that was a possibility. All I did was contacted them. I called it's called Global thing.
Okay.
And global capabilities.
I got you. So, Roger, hang on a second. We got to take a quick break. I'll be right back with some ideas on how to proceed from here, okay? You want to handle this one, Dimitri? Sure. I mean, there's really nothing you can do other than file a claim with the insurance company, and they can end up denying it if they want. You can sue them, or you can file on your own insurance and let them go subrogate and try to get money back. But
you're going to have proof problems. You
Oh,
know?
absolutely.
So,
Now, did I misinterpret what he said? I thought he said that the car wash gave him $600 per.
He can't file a claim on somebody else's insurance.
Not what I wanted.
He has no relationship with that insurance company.
Well, sure you can. With the car washes?
Yeah. If you find out who their insurance company is, you can file.
I file claims against other people's insurance companies all the time.
There we go.
You call the company.
Come on,
and say,
Kelly,
"I'd like to file
you
a claim on
brain."
this policy.
Your driver hit me.
Oh, it doesn't work.
Need to open the claim. Sometimes they never call. I mean, I can't wait on the other guy to call and open the claim. I can call and open it myself.
Good morning, Tom Martino Show.
What's bothering you about that?
Well, that Circle K
Hello,
insurance
Tom Martino
company has
Show.
no duty to him. They have a duty to defend the Circle K.
That's what you're doing when you open a claim, is saying the Circle K damaged my tires and you guys insure them. I want you to pay me for what they did to me.
I see.
So they cover them for damages caused by them or their equipment.
Would that insurance company then call Circle K
Yeah.
and say, hey, do you agree that this claim should be opened?
Yeah.
And if Circle K
But
says...
they've got a duty to defend.
Yeah.
Okay? So, yeah, they're going to call Circle K and go, hey, we got this guy on the line that's saying his rims got jacked up. And we're like, oh, yeah, we know who he is. Did they? We don't think so. We have camera footage or whatever. And then we just have a dispute. You know, it's going to work itself out the way it does. You know, the best case would be to go with his own insurance and let them fight it on subrogation. But if he doesn't have insurance, or if it doesn't cover that, or if his deductible is really high, then, you know, it's not going to be a good option for him. But yeah, we can open a claim in a heartbeat if you can find out who their insurance carrier is. That would be harder, but that's the reason in the discovery rules under the 26A1s that the first thing they have to tell you is any insurance that may be available to satisfy the plaintiff's claims. So if they won't give it to you, like we get in a car wreck and they're like, I can give you my insurance. Okay. You will. You might as well do it now, but you will. The court will make you, you know.
But he's not going to be able to go anywhere. I mean, he doesn't sound like he's going to take this anywhere other than small claims. And there is no such discovery.
This chair, I swear to God, it's going to collapse one day and I'm going to break my ass again.
That chair is older than you. That's fine.
Oh, sure.
You know? That's all you can do.
As you say. Terrible.
People in their rims. I've never had an affinity towards souped up rims on a vehicle, ever.
Yeah, same here.
But I see people that go out and put $2,000, $3,000 sets of rims on their truck.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see that every day.
Someone took Chelsea's headphones from the hit studio.
No sense, you know? Brad's probably got it.
Seriously, you know how many headphones have disappeared out of this thing?
John, if
oh my
successfully
God!
files a claim on his
And quarter-inch to
and they
minis.
successfully get reimbursed through subrogation.
Good afternoon.
Can
Tom
that be
Martino
used
Show.
as evidence of admission of guilt in a subsequent?
Hello,
That
Tom Martino
Circle K
Show.
admitted that they were liable.
They never admit anything.
Okay.
Ernie,
I don't ever get admissions of fault in
what's
my
going on with your
either.
phone? You've got a bunch of static in the background.
Expressly denied. You know, liability for which is expressly denied. Okay. I don't care. You know, why do I care that you say we expressly...
That is much better. Yes.
I'm good with it.
What's going on? Okay.
But the kicker on it is, you know, the reason why you would really like it to be their insurance instead of yours is the deductibles. You know,
Well,
because
we
if they-
can certainly try to help you. Tom is actually out today. We have two lawyers in, so they might be able to help you with that. So if you just hang on for me, I'll get you right up, okay? All right, hold on.
Plus, he can have it refinished anyway. So
Lawyers have law degrees, and I have brain damage.
You like that one, don't you?
I do.
That's what we got. Lawyers got the grease. Another call for Brad. Income tax question.
Yeah.
They're coming in hot.
I've never heard a income tax question on the show. Heard.
This caller Ernie, he's a frequent caller.
Yep.
He's a little slow. So
Okay.
just be patient.
Okay.
Is there a CPA or tax advisor call out?
Hey, Kelly. Do y'all have anybody that's like a tax person to call, or who is it? Larson. Okay.
Larson Tax Relief.
Online at khow.com.
All right, good afternoon. John Fuller here, back with the Troubleshooter Network. We are live in studio with Attorney Brad O'Brien, real estate expert, and Deputy Dimitri. We're talking with Roger. Roger went to the Circle K and got a car wash, and when he got home, he discovered that his wheels had been damaged, purportedly from the car wash, and he's evaluating kind of next steps and where to go from here. Roger, do you have full coverage insurance on your car?
Yes, I do.
And do you know off the top of your head what your deductible is for this particular type of damage?
I really don't. I don't. Like I said, it was a little bit of scrape on a couple of them, but it's major scrapes on the others.
Have you gone to a wheel store to see if there's any way to fix those scrapes or have them buffed out or polished?
No, I haven't yet.
So I guess my first thought is, go and see what your damages are. I mean, you don't just replace wheels for a few scratches. If they can be fixed, that's clearly the next step for you. And I think a wheel store would be the best place to go look and at least get an estimate and see what you're looking at. Then, at that point, you have two real options. You can look at your own insurance company, but the downside of filing a property claim on your own company is that they're going to charge you a deductible. And so if it was going to cost a couple $100 to get that buffed out, you may have a $500 or $1,000 deductible on your car insurance. Then, of course, there's no reason to ever file that under your own policy because the deductible is never going to get met. So they're not going to pay you. You'll just have to come out of pocket with that. The second course of action would be to go against Circle K itself. And the best case in my mind would be if you could get them to tell you who their insurance company is and you could file a claim and fight it out with them. If they don't, agree to give you that information, and giving that information doesn't mean that they're going to pay you. It doesn't mean you're going to be successful. It just means that you have the name of the people that you can go file the claim with. The other option is along the same lines. It's just simply to file an action in small claims court against that Circle K, get them served according to the rules, and go to court with your photos and your estimates and everything and give it your best shot. The challenge I think you're going to run into, Roger, is a proof problem. The obvious response to any allegations that their car wash damaged your car is being able to prove how good it looked before you went into the car wash and that the damage came on that day at that time from that car wash. So I think that's going to be a little bit challenging. If I had an insurance policy that was my insurance company and my deductible was low enough to eat up the cost of repairing those wheels, that'd probably be the way that I would go just to avoid having to fool with it myself. And then they could turn around and go after the Circle K and do what's called subrogation, trying to get repaid from the insurance company. So that's all I got for you, Roger. Hope that helps. Thank you for calling us, and good luck, and let us know how it works out, okay? We are going to next go to Ernie. Ernie has an issue with income tax. We'll try to get started here. Ernie, what is going on with you today, sir?
Well, I got macular degeneration, and in the last 3 years I became legally blind.
Okay.
And I haven't filed my taxes yet for this last year, and I was just wondering, I did have a slight increase in my tax because of the maximum deduction, or whatever we call it, from my
personal deduction?
stock investments.
Oh, okay.
They take out so much money when you reach a certain age.
Yes, sir.
And so, the $400 or $500 a month that was paying to my bank, so it's going to up my income a little. And I'm just wondering if they have any deduction for blind people as far as your taxes go.
Well, that is a great question, and one that I have not previously run into. I'm going to get you to hang on over the break, Ernie. We're going to try to get our expert on the line to help address that with some degree of authority so we can get you a good answer. Can you hang on there, Ernie, for a few minutes for us?
Yes, sir. I'll
All right.
be right here.
Appreciate it, partner. Hang tight. When we get back from the break, we have the long-awaited segment of questions from Dimitri. And we're going to put Mr. Brad O'Brien on the spot with every Dimitri's subpart, multi-level question that he can come up with. So if you have any issues, in the meantime, give us a call. 303-713-8355 is the telephone number to get into the studio here. We are here to answer all of your questions on everything, not just those related to personal injury or real estate law, but really any question. So if you have an issue with your own challenges, anybody trying to scam you, if you happen to have watched that YouTube video we just put out the address for and have some comments on that, we would love to talk to you about just how amazingly accurate and realistic those quote-unquote people were on those videos. So give us a call. We'd be happy to speak with you, and we'll be right back with the rest of Ernie's issues and hopefully get some questions for him. Hang on.
Now, Impact Traffic.
How do we know those videos were AI, not real?
That's
What if someone is just taking a real video and say, this is AI?
Yeah, you can kind of tell, if you know there's certain things like the hands don't really move and stuff. I mean, when you watch them close, you can tell. But you couldn't tell good enough that you would just instantly see that, And I'm just thinking about like my mother or something. Getting a video like that. Why would she ever assume that nice little lady that was pitching something was a complete fraud?
My mom would fall for that.
I would in a heartbeat. She has.
My mom fell for the Geek Squad. Your subscription's renewing at $500 a year. I don't have Geek Squad. And called them up, gave her everything.
We've got to have access to your computer. You have a Trojan.
That's what she did.
Click here.
So they go down to Tulsa. And change
Okay.
it. Yeah. Your bank accounts, your credit cards, everything. Every time that happens.
If you mix bananas, pickles, and ice cream, you'll get sick.
So is Kelly going to get the tax folks on? Is she trying to?
Who knows what Kelly's doing?
We'll throw
It's on the
something
phone.
at her.
Does that count?
Well, maybe. She's got her head down, looking all studious and stuff.
Right. Phone's ringing, I would think, because she's not talking and she's not listening to us. So she's very focused.
Yeah. Well.
Nope.
Focus and dedication is hard to come by in employees these days.
She's still ignoring the shit out of us.
Check her box.
What?
They tend to get distracted and hey.
Hi.
There you are.
Do you need something?
Yes. Did you get our lovely tax experts on the line for this caller?
I'm trying.
Okay.
I'm working my best. They
Thanks,
haven't
Kelly.
answered me back yet.
You're awesome.
Yeah.
See, I told you she was working.
Yeah. Doing a great job, Kelly. Give lots of positive affirmations and compliments, It's my new management technique.
No peeing. They turn the water off. There's
Sorry.
no peeing. No. No bathroom usage today.
Seriously? I have to go to the third floor?
Your what hurts?
Sink. The kitchen sink.
Stop it.
Thanks for calling the Troubleshooter Show. Please hold a moment.
This tech is only getting better. We can even imitate people you know and love. Be careful.
Oh. Diabetes.
Contact your local law enforcement right away.
Share this video with your loved ones who are online, especially if they may not be aware of AI scams, before it's too late.
Don't worry, folks. We'll be back to our silly videos again real soon. This was just too important. Take care of yourselves. The number one food for regular BMs, huh?
Well, I can look up tax deduction for deaf people.
There is something about blind. I check a box on my tax return every year. Are you blind? Or, or disabled or something? There's something about that.
A special tax deduction to increase the size of the standard deduction, regardless of age. The amount bases on your filing status. If you're single or head of household, it goes up to $2,000. You must be considered legally blind on the last day of the tax year. How about that? Who knew? Not me.
And these videos are insane. I'm so impressed.
Are there some other ones? Or?
Yeah, he has, that particular user has a whole section of these.
Oh, really?
Yeah, thanks.
Like your personal direct line to us.
I have John on the line.
Just tap that little microphone.
John on the line again.
While listening to Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Good afternoon. John Fuller back with the Troubleshooter Network. We are live in the studio trying to work through some issues. Arnie, we're trying to get a expert on the line. It'll be just another couple minutes. I've got some information for you but I'd really rather get it directly from the expert. So continue to hold for just the next couple minutes. Dimitri has some questions for our expert Brad O'Brien, who is a real estate attorney, live in the studio here. So, Dimitri, lay it on him.
Brad, let's talk about bad neighbors for a minute. You know, specifically what comes to mind are these occasional news stories you hear about hoarders whose homes tend to blow up or burn down and take some neighbors with them. So I'm wondering, from the perspective of somebody a hypothetical person who lives next door to one of those hoarder homes, and the yard is full of garbage, and the home looks even worse, and maybe the residents are mentally ill, and they play loud music, and they just cause all kinds of mayhem. What can be done, not to help those people get a better lifestyle, but to protect the neighbor's interest in the neighbor's own property in terms of the effects on their health, their safety, their enjoyment of life, their enjoyment of their own property, not to mention the potential resale value of that home. I mean, who's going to be able to sell a house that's next door to one of these and realize full market potential? So what can actually be done?
Well, practically speaking, when there's a hoarder next door and it's visible from the street, you want to get the problem fixed. So you're going to report to the Housing or Zoning Authority, and it's most likely going to be a violation of a zoning ordinance, and get basically the law enforcement against them, which would start with probably a notice of violation and fines, and they could actually get taken to court by the county or city for that violation. And hopefully that should resolve the problem. As far as a civil action against a hoarder by neighbors for property value reduction, I would think of that in terms of being a nuisance claim. But nuisance claims, you need to have something that leaves the property of the offending person and goes on to the property of. It's not just a visual in my mind. For example, if there's a factory that's belching out smoke, okay, those air particles, bad particles, are going to other properties. That can be a nuisance. There needs to be some physical manifestation. So I'm not sure that just seeing a hoarding situation next door is going to give you grounds for a nuisance claim. But if there's some runoff to other properties of chemicals, okay, there you've got something leaving that property and going on to neighbors' properties that's a physical manifestation. That would be the basis for a nuisance claim.
Brad, not long ago, I want to say maybe a couple of months ago, I saw a story on one of the local news channels about a problem guy who lives in this cul-de-sac in one of the northern suburbs. And he put up a sign, he put up this huge banner on his house, and it says, hey, I stay up all night. I'm paraphrasing, but I drink a lot. I do drugs. My friends come over. We stay up all night. We play loud music. And he did this while one of his neighbors was trying to sell his home. What, if anything, I don't know how that story was resolved because I never saw any more references to that particular event. But this guy, clearly, huge D-bag, and he is doing a really effective job at derailing his neighbor's sale. What, if anything, can be done in a situation like that? Well, first of all, it could be a First Amendment exercise, but if this was in a homeowners association, there may be covenants that apply to all the neighbors about doing things like this. I mean, there are protections for in the condo laws, the HOA laws that say you can have an American flag, and you can post that. But as far as being able to put up a political statement or some sort of statement against the neighbors on a sign at their house, that may run afoul of the HOA covenants. Well, let's assume there is no HOA. It's just a regular municipal neighborhood. And this guy's not making a political statement. He is making statements that seem to be intentionally aimed at derailing his neighbor's home sale.
I don't think that's First Amendment. I'm not sure you can do much about that. But that's not much different in my book than neighbors calling names to each other, not with a sign, but just in words. And the courts presume that people have thick skin. If there wasn't that presumption, the courts would be overfilled with cases of just garden variety neighbor arguments. So I just don't think I don't think the courts are the place to address that situation.
Hey, we're going to go to the lines real quick, and just right before the break here, Lisa, you've got a question about an HOA. What's going on with your case?
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for having this. The HOA in our community is redoing the covenants, and I don't think that's actually correct because you're supposed to have a quorum to do it. But besides that, they're changing it from before you only had to make sure that your front yard was in acceptable condition. Now they're saying the backyards must, they have a whole bunch of rules about the backyards. Well, what about those of us that have lived here for 30 years and we have sheds and different things that may not go with the new covenants?
Okay. So, great question. Have they already changed the rules, or is this something that's being proposed right now?
It's being proposed, but none of us, there's no date on when we're voting.
Is there a group of people that are proposing this? I mean, who's trying to push this through against the will of the rest of the people?
Well, we don't know who's against it and who's for it because most of us haven't talked to each other, but they just sign it on the emails, BOD. I think it stands for Board of Directors.
Okay. Is your HOA run by a management company, or is it just run by some residents?
It's run by some residents, but they have hired a lawyer to do the new covenants, but nobody voted on that either.
Interesting. Where is it? Your property in Colorado, or where are you calling from?
Oh, yeah. It's in the metro area.
Is this acreage or is this a subdivision? What kind of property is it?
It's most homes are between a half an acre and an acre.
Okay.
I'd say most of them are half acres, but there's some that are larger.
Okay. Are there some properties in there that are real problems as far as keeping their yards up and stuff?
There's one on the outskirts of it.
Okay.
Not on the actual inside. Other than that, there's some businesses, like landscaping businesses, and they have all their equipment
Trucks and stuff
behind the fences. Yeah.
All right. Lisa, hang on a second. I've got a couple ideas for you. We got a hard break right now we're going to go to, but I'll be right back with some ideas for you, okay? Hang tight.
Sweltering summer heat just around the corner. Get your AC ready with the only extreme clean available from Fix It 24/7. For just $39, a refurbishment of your AC. No one offers this level of service for this price. Attack dirt and grime. Biggest killer of ACs. Give it life, efficiency, and a no breakdown guarantee. Just $39. Book online. FixMyHome.com. Book now. Fix It 24/7, your official AC partner of the Colorado Rockies.
24/7, we'll be there on the double.
Addiction, trauma, depression, and anxiety can make you feel like you're alone. We promise you are not. The Raleigh House is here for you. The team at the Raleigh House provides treatment unlike any other. They understand what you've been through, and they can help you get where you need to go. The Raleigh House provides a place where you can heal from addiction or trauma, find your purpose, and start rewriting your life story. The Raleigh House can help. Visit theRaleighHouse.com to get the help you need. That's the RALEIGH house.com.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeartRadio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free, never.
Anybody speak Latin?
Say again?
Did anybody speak Latin?
Not beyond 1L law school Latin.
Google can translate that.
Oh, I thought they were going to say they found that dude.
A Liberian flagged cargo ship coming under fire today in the Red Sea. 2 security guards reportedly on board, reportedly hurt, and 2 others missing in an assault that followed Yemen's Houthi rebels, reportedly sinking another vessel. Today, the Iran-backed rebel group said the Greek-owned ship sank. Michelle Brandon, ABC News.
Some kids never smile. They're embarrassed by their crooked teeth. They want braces like the other kids, but their families can't afford them. Some may even try to straighten their teeth themselves. That can make everything worse. Luckily, there's donated orthodontic services.
You live downtown. Yeah, in Lodell.
It helps provide orthodontic
You got a condo or a house down there? Yeah, a loft. So it's a condominium right at 15th and Blake. You know where P.F. Chang's is?
I know where 15th and Blake is.
Yeah, it was right on the corner.
Isn't that kind of right near that King Soopers that's kind of in the high rise there? Or?
No, it's a few blocks away. That one is over by Union, on the other side of Union Station from me.
You're right by the ballpark, or a couple blocks away from the ballpark, right?
4 blocks. So, yeah, I'm 2 blocks from Larimer Square, if that helps. 2 of the short blocks.
You like it, huh?
Yeah, it's not, yeah. I mean, I'm kind of pretty sick of downtown now, the noise and the pollution.
Do you have like your normal group of bums that you see and deal with on a daily
Hi,
basis?
Stan. It's Kelly over at the Martino
There's a
Show. I was
core
wondering if you have time
group
to
of
answer
and
some
crazies,
questions on
and
an
then they're
HOA
constantly
issue of one of our
replenishing the
callers.
fresh ones. So it's
Have you thought of recruiting anybody for like block security among the homeless? Like you could bring them
Okay.
on.
All right. All right. Put you on hold. All right. Thanks.
no.
You look like a man that can keep the peace, right?
No, I try to keep my interactions with them down to the barest of minimums, which is approaching zero.
You know, we just moved our office about almost a year ago to 16th and
Oh, wow. Mm-hmm.
I can't believe I have to go all the way to the first floor to pee.
I mean, I look out the window of our building in broad ass daylight and see some guy whip it out and just piss on the sidewalk.
Oh, yeah, that's normal. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I just would think that that would be illegal enough that they would go find a bush or something, you know? But I mean, just right out there in front of God and everybody on the damn sidewalk.
Well, I saw a guy just taking a dump on Colfax. He took his pants all the way off, so he was naked, waist down, and then he bent over and just...
Hey, Ernie, it's Kelly again. Hey, I'm having a little bit of looks like our
Hey, I can deal with Ernie if we can't
not
get the guy on
so
there.
I'm going to try to line them up
You're
for
funny if
tomorrow.
you think she's listening to you right now.
I know, but you can
get your
kind
number to
of...
call
No,
back?
don't let Ernie hang up. I'll deal with him.
What's your number?
She ain't hearing you. I'll yell at her for a minute. She
Do that.
won't hear me.
Perfect. All right, Ernie, I'm going to try to line this up for
Did you see that video of that guy that took a dump in a mop bucket in the subway? No. Some guy's mopping the subway. He's going
I'll try to set that up.
buckets over there. Some homeless to come by.
Okay.
Oh, sits down
All
in
right.
the mop.
Bye.
The guy turns around. Hey, Kelly, I could have handled Ernie if we needed to. I've got the stuff online that was pulled up. I just was hoping to use an expert just for the fun of it. But if we need to get him back on before the end of the show, I'm happy to walk him through it. Okay.
Okay.
Either way, doesn't matter. Now you
I
can-
was trying to get Larson set up.
Yeah, I know, but if you can't get him, I'm saying I can do my best. But it's up to you.
All right, I'll call him back.
If you want to carry him over, that's cool. If you want me to talk to him, I'm happy to do that. So, because I'm just all about making people happy, That's what I do. Yeah, so the guy turned around with his mop. He was like, hey, Mom. Went after the guy with the mop stick or something. I can't believe you guys don't see these.
Station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Credit. That's credit. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, good afternoon. John Fuller here, sitting in for Tom Martino and Marc Mager on the Troubleshooter Network. We are here to help you solve problems, take complaints, and work out your issues, whether you've been scammed, taken advantage of, cheated, lied to, whatever we can do to help out. Give us a call. The number in the studio is 303-713-8255. Give us a call. We are here to help you. We've got a couple callers on the line that we're going to try to answer questions for. The first has been hanging on for a while. It's Ernie, and I just want to let Ernie know. Bring Ernie back up on the line, please. Ernie, you're right. There is a deduction for blindness. It just requires that you are legally blind as of the last day of the tax year, and you actually have the ability to deduct up to $2,000 for 2025 if you file as a single. Are you single or filing married?
Yes, I'm single.
You're single. So it's a $2,000 deduction for 25. In 2024, if you're talking about last year's taxes, that deduction was $1,950. So you're right. There is a deduction. Make sure that you get that claimed on your tax forms and stuff. If you want to go online and just do a little bit of research and stuff, there's quite a bit of information about the actual forms that you have to use. You can't use every tax form to take that credit, but it's otherwise not too hard to do. You just need to have a letter from your doctor proving that you're legally blind, and you want to hang on to that for your records in case it's ever questioned by the IRS. So,
okay, thanks so very much.
All right. Appreciate it, Ernie. Good luck with your tax issue. Okay. Thanks for calling. Lisa, we're going to go back to you now. Lisa called, and she's got an HOA issue where her HOA here in Denver is seeking to change the rules to allow the HOA to oversee the condition of not only the front yards, but the backyards in her subdivision as well. And Lisa is claiming that there's just virtually no idea of who's behind this, what they're doing. Everything is met with just cryptic emails from the board of directors. And now she's under the impression that they've actually hired a law firm to assist them in this. And so I thought it would be wonderful for us to get on an expert. So we have Stan, the HOA man, on the line here. Stan, take it away, my friend.
Yes, I hear about this all the time where HOA boards violate their authority. On this one, it's going to be probably easy to investigate or for her to proceed, but more difficult to get it enforced. In her governing documents, it most likely states who does what. Now, the HOA can let contracts to different companies as long as they're not in conflict with either their governing documents, which the declaration in this case, or state law, and that's called Kiowa, and that's online. If she just puts in CCIOA and wants to explore it there, that's fine, but I don't think she'll find much in there other than when you change the declaration, for whatever reason, it has to pass with a vote of the homeowners. That's one thing the board cannot act independently on.
So before the break, Stan, sorry to interrupt you. Lisa was saying there actually appear to be meeting without a quorum. How much stuff can they do under the cover of darkness, and how much stuff requires them to have an open board meeting for the members and to have a quorum before they go making any substantive changes?
Well, if they make changes, if you have the financial means to fight them in court, and you shouldn't have to go to court over these things, then I think, I haven't read her declaration, but if she can show anything in there about who's supposed to do what and all that, on contracting and all that, generally they don't get into too much on contracts, who does what, because the board has the authority to do a lot of that, even negotiate new contracts. But if it's in there, then she has a good case. However, here's the problem again. Probably, I always say 90-95% of HOA homeowner issues could be resolved if we had an enforcement venue other than court, which is costly, expensive, complicated, even the most simple case. And there have been several bills over the last couple of years, and in this past session there was a real good bill. But right now we have no venue. The state can't intervene. We have a state HOA office that is powerless. It's an administrative body. And other than that, if she can prove they violated the declaration, then, and she can afford to go to court, that's a gamble. Because even small claims court, you're risking thousands of dollars if you lose. You will be paying the defendant, in other words, the HOAs,
so
legal costs.
Right. So, Stan, what do you say to somebody that's, just a homeowner that's just trying to get some information and to have an open and fair election? I hate those words. Before they go in and make major changes. Like Lisa was telling us before the break that, some of these homeowners have been there for 30 years plus with their backyards and stuff and don't want to have a new set of rules coming down about what they can and cannot do with their property. So what steps would you tell Lisa that she needs to take specifically to let this board know that she's looking at them and she's taking note of what's going on and preserving all the rights that she has to eventually pursue it if she chose to do that?
Right. First, she should read the declaration or the governing documents. And that includes the bylaws in case something's in there. If she finds anything specific about what the HOA is allowed to spend the monthly dues or fees, whatever you want to call them, and now they're going to be, specifically, like those services. If it's in general, where the HOA governing document says the HOA is responsible for common area grass and other areas, well, that's general. That says you can do it any way you want. You can accomplish that feat. But if it says those services will be contracted for, and however they're done now, I missed what you said on who's doing it now. But if they want to switch companies at any time, they can.
Well, I don't think it's so much a matter of them switching companies as changing the rules about what people can do with their property. And that's really the concern that the caller has.
May I say something?
On what it is.
Of course, Lisa. Jump in.
Yeah. Depending on what it is.
It's not an HOA. It's a POA, Property Owners Association. And up to this date, they always pretty much people volunteered and did things for beautification and landscaping. This is a big change. And I don't know how they got the permission to hire a lawyer to do this.
They can do that.
Okay. Well, they consulted
and now,
with them and...
Let me reflect back to one thing. They can pass rules changes as long as they don't conflict with the declaration and all the covenants that you were told you had to abide by when you moved in. If it says in the covenants you can't paint any house in here other than white, and you go ahead and paint it fluorescent orange without approval, well, then you're in violation. If they want to add fluorescent orange and it doesn't conflict with your declaration, which is going to rule this case, then they can do it. Yeah, they can make different rules. Yeah, they can. They can't change the declaration, however. So you need to thoroughly read that. That's what's going to rule. And if you're wondering, okay, now what? What do I do? Again, there is no venue for homeowners to complete disputes or dispute resolution. None. Not the HOA office in the state. Just none except court. Court can be costly. It's a gamble. There's no, you don't know what the outcome's going to be. You can go to small claims court to reduce the cost. And in small claims court, you could ask the court for an injunction against doing this. Right. You say, I can prove they're violating our current governing documents. And yes, you can get an injunction. That would be the cheapest. If you got a lawyer, that would be most likely being reimbursed, and they would pay their own legal costs. But if you lose, be prepared on just about any case that came across our desk recently. You're going to pay $4,000 to $6,000 in their legal costs.
Right.
If you lose. So I always put up the word of caution. I can name case after case that is lost in court when the HOA violated the covenants And here's another thing, and
they still live.
Then I'll shut up here in a second because it goes on and on.
Yeah.
The court can declare something on the order, either call it judicial discretion or just say, well, in the governing documents, they're allowed to use their own discretion as far as making decisions, unless they don't violate. They can do that unless they don't violate the declaration.
Right.
So look at your declaration.
Yeah, definitely. Lisa, start with the declarations. That's going to be your starting point for anything. And then I would follow up with some serious documentation of your concerns and questions to the board and pepper them with certified letters if you need to show them that you mean business and stuff and kind of go from there. Stan Rincevich, the HOA guy. Stan, I really appreciate your help today. Thanks for that information. Lisa, I wish we had better news for you, but it sounds like you're one of a million HOA callers where basically the HOA has an incredible amount of power and very little of it flows through to the homeowners. So thank you very much for the call. We've got to run to a break right now. David, we'll be right back with you in just a moment.
I take it he's a lawyer.
Say again?
I take it he's a lawyer.
No, he's not. I don't know what his actual
that helps,
deal
Lisa.
is. He's known as Stan the HOA man, and I think he kind of represents.
So Stan Harincevich
as a
is
consultant or
his
something
name,
on HOA.
and if you want to get a hold of
He's been
him,
on here numerous times, and he always is citing case and verse, but he's not a. So I don't know that he represents per se, but that's what he does. And so he's got a whole website out there.
all right, it's Colorado HOA Forum at gmail.com is his email.
You know,
I'm not allowed to give that out, but you can email him at Colorado HOA Forum at gmail.com.
HOA forum.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Okay, take care. Good afternoon, Tom Martino Show.
Getting your house ready to sell? Rely on the experience of Frank Duran, the real estate man.com. Does your home need repairs prior to selling? I have the experience and great local connections to help you determine which items are cost effective. We will detail which simple, easy steps you can take.
That river's still just cranking.
Oh, wow.
Consumer advocate Tom Martino urging you to use Frank Duran, the real estate man.com. With Relapse Alliance, 303-920-1622. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Serving in the military requires great sacrifices, not just for one's country, but also for one's family. Not surprisingly, divorce for soldiers is especially difficult, and it raises a number of challenges that are peculiar to military divorce. Things such as deployments, relocation, retirement benefits. These issues can be complicated, and the lawyer you choose needs to be equipped to handle them.
Okay. So have you called Dan McKenzie? Wait, his EIN or your EIN? You should have your EIN. Are you sure it's Dan McKenzie? He's a will and trust attorney. Wills and trusts. Okay. And what number are you calling, sir? What number are you calling for Dan McKenzie?
commitment to our military and our skilled workforce. That matters. Save 50% off your first month when you dial.
Okay, I need to know the number you're calling, sir. Okay, all right, perfect. Yeah, that's the wrong number. That is not his number. Let me give you the correct number. It's 833 Okay, I'm going to put you on hold, okay? And you guys get a pen, and I will be right back with you. Okay, it's 833 267 5267. Correct. All right, no problem.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll tell the story about
just for you, me, what you want to You know, not to put you on the spot in this, but
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hey, good afternoon. John Fuller back on the Troubleshooter Network on this Monday afternoon. Thank you for listening. We're here to help you, so we need you to pick up the phone and give us a call at 303-713-8255. That is the number to get our expert assistance in all things scam, troubles, issues that we can help you with, so give us a call. I'm going to go right to the caller line here. We've got David on the line. David, what's going on today?
Oh, I just want to say it's unbelievable. It's great to hear your voice. You're doing a terrific job.
Well, thank you.
I'm just part of the not like Marc Mager so much job, and that's complete nepotism in my opinion. It's going to ruin the empire. You're doing a great job. Let's get you back. Let's get Marc Mager out of the seat, make him a deputy, send him off into wherever, and that's all I got to say. Mark, John Fuller, yes. Mark, no. Brad O'Brien, yes. Mark, no.
All right,
I don't know. It's just my opinion. Anyway, have a great day.
Hey,
have a
thanks.
good day.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it, David. Dragon, you want to cut that one out and save that little.
Email it to Mark right now.
Exactly. He needs to see that right away. It's very important. So, yeah, well, thank you. We appreciate that. Thanks for calling in with those comments. I don't even come close to measuring up to the job that Tom and Mark do here. So I appreciate them having me in on their much deserved day off. So give us a call if we can help you. We have open lines right now. Deputy Dimitri had a couple more calls or a couple more questions. So we wanted to go to those. And what's going on, Mr. Dimitri?
John, since you're a big-time personal injury attorney and the only one I know, maybe you can answer this. I've often wondered, so personal injury, as you know, is just a huge industry. And I've often wondered, what is the difference in terms of results to the client between a shop like yours, where I believe you advertise that you give people your cell number, and people have really great personal attention from you, and the giant settlement mills that I see advertised on subways and trains and buses, and I have nothing against them. I've never used their services. But it seems like those are, and I've heard the term settlement mills over and over again, and I'm just wondering if the client's insurance company gets a letter from them knowing that that's the firm that probably doesn't go to trial very often, and gets a letter from you knowing that you do, what's the actual, it's hard to, I know it's not easy to say what the average case is, because there's probably no such thing as an average case. But from the perspective of a client and the result measured and just the size of the check and how quickly they get the check and how quickly their medical bills get settled, what is the difference between a firm like yours and the ginormous one that advertises on billboards?
Well, that's a multi-part question. I'll give you kind of my 2 cents on it. Number one, insurance companies have always been the master of information. If you want to know how many trees have fallen on a particular street in every windstorm with wind in excess of 20 miles an hour coming out of the northwest quadrant, they probably can pull that data up on some computer and tell you exactly what that is. So make no mistake about it. They track me and people like me all the time. They know every single case I've ever had, the injuries, the timeline, the result, the recovery. They know whether we filed litigation, gone to trial, whether we've gone to mediation. I mean, they know everything about everything. Okay. And so reputation does matter. It is important, but in many respects, it comes down to service. It comes down to what you want out of the representative that you hire to handle your case. And so where I think we really shine is that as a small office, we know our clients. And so I know who they are. My staff knows who they are. When you call into my office, we all kind of know who you are. That's something that only a smaller firm can deliver. And to me, that's important. I want to do business with people that know who I am when I walk in the door. And I think my clients are the same way. The downfall of, a super large insurance company is that you're never going to have that level of recognition of you and your case with any but just a few people in that firm. You heard the gentleman that called in earlier about another large firm in town that had a litigation matter, had a great experience, and then had another accident and had a less great experience when an attorney left the firm, and he felt like he was left high and dry and didn't get consulted in it, didn't get asked what his desires were, and now feels like he's being held hostage by that large firm that has asserted a lien on his case. And so, I mean, not that that's going to happen every time with the large firm, but certainly the turnover, is something that comes up a lot, and the clients don't get consulted. Make no mistake, I have turnover at my firm, not among the attorneys, because I'm the only attorney in my firm. So if I turn over, we have bigger issues. But we have turnover, and it happens. But it's still me driving the boat, and it's still me that is handling the case, and I'm the one that's making the strategic decisions and providing the guidance as to the level of service I want to provide to my clients. So that's really where I think we excel as a small firm. So would you feel the same way? There's big real estate firms and small guys as well.
Well, I'm a solo practitioner, so right. The client speaks with me from the very beginning until the very end.
Right.
And no assistants, no secretaries, nothing.
So, I think that's critically important. The people that hire Brad. Nobody else. It's not, the name, but they've got a junior associate doing the work and stuff. That's just the commitment that I've made to my clients and the job that I want to do for my clients. So I'm not sure if that answers the question.
John, well, there was another part of my question, and I'm not sure if we're brushing up against some ethical boundary in your industry, and forgive me because if I am coming up against that. But I'm wondering, not specifically about your firm, but, the small, high-quality customer service firm like yours and the ginormous one, what's the average difference in the checks that their clients receive?
Yeah. I don't really know. I mean, I would have no way to know. It's impossible to take two cases. First off, there's no two identical cases.
Exactly.
I mean, there just can't be. There's some aspect of the client or the liability equation or the insurance equation or the coverage or the deductibles or the health insurance or the med pay or the treatment or the ambulance driver. I mean, there's variables that you can never get the identical two cases.
Agreed.
I used to say with, training paralegals and stuff that it takes 5 years before you've actually seen almost everything there is to see in all the variables in personal injury cases. And I truly believe that. So, So after having done it for more than 20 years, I'm on my 5th turn of seeing everything once over again. Maybe. And I still get surprised with stuff that I don't know. So that's an impossible question to answer. I still think it comes down to the better your advocate, your attorney knows you and your case and the unique impact that that case has had on you, the better that attorney can convey that information to the insurance company. And in theory, the greater the value is going to be because of that. So that's all I can really do for you there. We got to take another quick break here. We'll be right back after this message.
Well, what I infer from that is the results measured only in the size of the check would be better when the attorney does know this personal information about me. But at the mill, doesn't that attorney handle 400, 600, 800 cases at a time?
Not that many, but a lot.
Hundreds.
Maybe.
It is impossible for that attorney to meet the bar that you just set.
I agree. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I agree with you, but how do you measure that in dollars? The only
Good
way
afternoon,
you can do
Tom
that is
Martino
to
Show.
take the same 2 identical cases and run them up the ladder with the same adjuster and the same coverage and the same everything and see what happens.
Yeah, we just have, so Mark and Tom
The
are
insurance
both
company would love
out,
it if there was some
so we
empirical
have a
evidence
couple
along
lawyers
one
filling
case to
in.
another. And they do it by jury verdict research.
No.
They've got it down to the point where they
Okay.
say
All right.
broken
Bye.
non-dominant arm in Denver, Colorado, in rear-end crashes with a female victim is worth a range of between X and Y. They can tell you that. But that's a jury verdict. Does that mean that in negotiating with them, they're always going to be at the lower end of that? With some carriers, yes, because they artificially keep moving the bar lower. So if they only give the adjuster authority of a certain level, that's going to be your range. But if the attorney is knowledgeable enough to identify other damaged drivers that come into play, then they're going to end up with more, damages for that same deal. I mean, for instance, that same broken arm, to one person may have a very different set of damages than the other. There may be a loss of enjoyment of life category. There may be a ski pass that never got used. There may be raking your yard and you've got to hire a bunch of people to come over and do your yard. I mean, there may be components of that if you don't identify, you're never going to get dollars for it.
Good afternoon, Tom Martino Show.
I totally get it.
That's what it's all about.
Okay, all I'm hearing is air, so I'm only getting about every second word. I really can't understand you.
It's really the facts of the case that make all the difference.
That's a little better. Can you roll up your windows for me and turn your radio down?
The facts that matter. The facts that come in the door on day one.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Now I can hear you. Okay, what's going on?
You get your ass handed to you sometimes, whether you should win or not. That's what juries are all about.
I think that's the TV shows created this perception that your performance in the courtroom is what matters.
Okay, what's your first name?
Factor, you want to look good.
Right.
Logan, Logan.
If I do a good enough job out of court.
And what is the issue with the car? Is it an issue with sale, or is it an issue with service, or just generally?
Numbers say that we're going to not go to court. Numbers say we're going to settle in mediation for litigated cases. Build your case with that in mind. If you don't, and you're going to go to trial, then you're going to go to trial.
And it's a 2021?
But they're expensive and...
GMC, what kind of truck?
It is what it is.
Tahoe.
Not everybody's going to you rolling in there with all your federal stuff.
And you have issues with the
It's not
service?
doing me much good in small claims court where there are no rules. I'm done with that. From now on, it's county court only.
My God. Okay, hang on for me. We'll get you some help. Hold
Somebody
on.
may make you think the county's not such a hospitable place, too.
So,
Well, at least they have rules.
rolling down your
Yeah.
I mean, I
And
don't understand
I learned
why
the
people,
rules.
They call into radio shows.
And the defendant didn't.
Windows.
And he got a month-and-a-half break to go find a surprise witness mid-trial.
Then I can hear in the background, they also have the radio up. It's like, no. If you listen to the show every day, you should know. My God.
It was good money.
Bygones.
Class actions. Fred, do you do much HOA law, like on the behalf of the individual residents?
Oh, yeah, I do.
against
I do
HOA?
discrete issues. I don't do like HOA management. I don't set up their governing documents because I used to maintain a set of governing documents, but I didn't want to keep up with it. So if somebody calls me and says my HOA is doing this or the board's doing that, so
that's the kind of stuff
I get involved with that. Yeah. On behalf of one homeowner. I don't do representing 10, 20 owners.
No little angry Indian groups out there.
West of I-25 on Alameda, then south on La Pan. 303-295-6022. Buyandbuild.net. Auto accident? Get the right lawyer on your side. Call Fuller.com.
Hey, good afternoon. John Fuller here at the Tom Martino Troubleshooter Network. We are getting close to wrapping things up here. We've got room for a couple more calls here. Give us a shout at 303-713-8255 if we can help you. We've got a couple of callers on the line here. Katie, you have a comment about hoarding. What's going on, Katie?
Hi, John. I caught some of the dialogue a while ago about living near a hoarder and property values, etc.
Are you Dimitri's neighbor?
I own a home in Denver County, and it's not as cut and dried as was described. It was a very bad situation with a hoarder across the street from my home. So when they tried to sell the house next door, the realtor ended up not marketing it with a sign. So, because when they did, the hoarder went over there and would throw beer cans and talk to the prospective buyers and pretty much screw the deal. So, even calling the police when the hoarder guy tried to run me over in my front yard, they just said it's not a crime to be mentally ill.
What?
So basically, he died.
Wait a second.
Long story short, too late. He died in August, and luckily his brother found the body the very next day. But it's impossible to get rid of a hoarder. Or to have the inspector would come. They were fining him $500 a month, and then $900 a month, and nothing was going to make the problem end.
Wow.
Denver and Denver County.
Right. That's crazy. Brad, any thoughts on that? I mean, does it just get so bad sometimes that there's nothing you can do about a hoarder?
Yeah, some really bad real estate disputes between neighbors only get resolved when somebody either moves away or frankly dies.
Well, yeah. And he also owned a second house a couple miles away, and we're in a very high dollar neighborhood in Denver. So he was kind of stinking up the block, if you know what I mean. And the second house just sold, as is, since he's gone, just to kind of unload it for the family.
Katie, do you think this really was just a mental health issue, or was there something?
Oh, yeah, I'm convinced it's a mental illness.
Right.
And my father died, and we had the hearse in front of my house. And we have this guy sitting in his front yard throwing beer cans at the hearse. Do you know what I mean? It's mental illness and plus alcoholism. And he then collapsed at one of his homes because of the filth. And was outside, and no one found him till the next day on the ground. And it happened to be a June day a few years ago where we were having a very, very cold overnight June day, and it was tragic. And a little girl found him, and then because the way he looked and acted, they took him to Denver Health, and all of his properties are worth over $1 million, but they're screwed up. You know what I mean? The third one that's left is Inglewood, and I don't know that much about it, but it's on 5 lots. So he would just move the crap back and forth from one house to another. And it's mental illness, and it's very sad. You know?
Yeah, it sounds terrible to have to deal with.
And John, look at the extent to which the costs of this mental illness are externalized. Look how many neighbors, how many people have to pay the price for it.
Right.
It's not the guy's fault that he went nuts, but it's certainly not his neighbor's fault, nor is it their responsibility to put up with the externalized costs of this. And
I have a lot of pride of home ownership. I'm going to say my house is the nicest on the block, and there were many nice ones. But when I would have a worker come, I said, do not engage with the man across the street.
Well, for
because
sure.
I wanted to ask them questions. And I mean, I'm 66. I'm a young 66, and he would just cuss me out and call me a grandma stripper. And I finally said, you know, I would be a damn good grandma stripper.
Are you out there stripping in the front yard, Katie? Come on.
You know, but when he tried to run me off the road and would literally, I realized he was following me. I was calling the police. I had logs on my computer, and that was when the guy said, Katie, it's not a crime to be mentally ill.
Yeah. Katie,
and
thanks
I said,
for...
Tell me what your name is, because if I'm on a 48-hour episode, I hope they interview you.
Katie, thanks for sharing your story. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you again soon. We're going to take a real quick break here. When we get back, Logan, you've got an issue with service we're going to take care of. We'll be right away back.
Now, Impact.
Karen, Katie.
Well, she's right.
I know she's right. Just kidding.
That's definitely not Karen.
Like neighborhood.
It's usually when they got to die before they get the water taken care of. That's what happened to me one time. The guy finally died. They took out like 11 full-size dump trucks of junk. It was like a mountain, as high as a house, a 2-story house, times 3 houses wide, just junk.
So, can you imagine trying to sell the house next door?
I actually bought a house right across. That's maybe why I got it. Within a year or two, the guy died, and I cleared it off. And scraped it and put 4 houses on his lot. I think zoning and housing authority is the way to go. They actually can get the work done and then send the bill to the homeowner.
Well, yeah, that happened in my subdivision years ago, where they just had a bunch of junk cars in this home, and they went in there and towed them the hell out of there. I mean, I don't know what process they went through to do that, but when the day came, the problem mostly got resolved. Yeah. They hauled like 4 vehicles away or something that were just, I don't know.
You see with weeds too, the county will actually get the weeds taken care of that belong to the homeowner, and then send a bill.
Right.
And it's the lien against the house.
And then eventually, I'm guessing the HOA moves to file a lien and foreclose the lien and all that fun stuff.
Well, maybe the city or county has the lien because they pay for it.
Okay. But it was the HOA in our case that actually brought the heat on getting the cars and stuff taken out of there. We were out in unincorporated the sticks, but we still had an HOA, and this place was just ridiculous. And, I don't know. Eventually, I think they just kind of ran out of junk cars to tow. And so the place kind of got better by default. So, I don't know.
We were pretty happy to see him go, though.
Honest inspections, no cancellation fees. You don't pay a cent until you're convinced. 303-761-6400. ExcelRoofing.com. $5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up. I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now. Cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EARLY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift
You
card.
want out the caller line, Kiwi. Wanting us the next step? But then I'll
Don't even think about real estate investing unless you use the Vestera turnkey method. I'm Troubleshooter Tom Martino. I've trusted renowned realtor Barry Miller for more than 30 years. He has thoroughly researched undervalued cities with great potential, enlisted the best professional property managers, and he has timed exit strategies to double investments in just 2 years. They're safe and secure investments. 303-888-3788. 888-3788. VesteraTurnkey.com.
Hey there, history fans.
iHeartRadio brings you a brand new history podcast.
It's called American History Hotline.
Where you ask the question,
What is political technology?
Did George Washington really cut down a cherry tree? JFK and Marilyn Monroe having an affair?
and American History Hotline gets to the bottom of it.
I'm so glad you asked me this question.
Such a ridiculous story that we tell ourselves because we don't want to know the real story.
Open your free iHeartRadio app. Search American History Hotline and listen now. Weekdays 2 to 4. It's Ryan Schuling.
It's the fastest 2 hours in talk radio, aiming to cut through the clutter and wash out the white noise of the mainstream media. The only missing ingredient is you. Join me each day of the work week, starting at 2 here on 6:30.
Now.
Good afternoon. John Fuller here, getting back to the Troubleshooter Network. We are getting close to wrapping things up here, but we have a couple of calls here lined up. Logan, we are going to take your call next. Logan, what is going on with you today?
Well, kind of wanted to share my experience and see if maybe you guys could point me in the right direction.
Okay.
I bought a new Chevy diesel Tahoe from AutoNation Chevy North in the end of 21. Had several recalls and things with a new vehicle across the years, but 97 days ago I took it in for some pretty major problems, and I have not seen that vehicle since.
What?
Fighting with AutoNation, their service department, their general manager, Chevy, GM Financial, everybody. They still have not fixed it. They don't know what's wrong with it. It's an escalated engineering case. But I can't get anybody to even return my phone calls at this point.
In general,
I've requested.
Logan, what is wrong with it? What prompted you to take it in to begin with?
Well, it blew the pan seal for the oil pan, which I then had to spend a month fighting that it was covered under warranty. I also bought the GM super duper warranty from the dealership when I bought this vehicle.
Okay.
So yeah, between those two entities who apparently don't talk to each other, the dealership didn't want to cover it under the powertrain warranty because somehow the oil pan gasket is not part of the powertrain. So they tried to push it back on the extended warranty that I had purchased. That took a month to resolve while they sit there and don't order parts. They got that fixed. Then it was a wiring issue. Then while it was in there, 3 more recalls came in. The wiring issue was not resolved, even though 40 days in, they called me to come pick up the vehicle because it was ready. When I arrived, it was dead. They finally jumped it, got it started, exact same problem. The dash instrument cluster doesn't work. Displaying error messages saying that the SIM's disabled. Speed, the auto braking was part of the recall that didn't work.
Logan, hang on a second. It sounds like there's a combination of both recalls and actual flaws within your truck that are unrelated to the recalls. Is that correct?
I think that's probably accurate. But being that nobody from the dealership has talked to me in almost 45 days, despite multiple messages and stop-bys, I really don't know.
So are there still, how many problems are still unresolved with your truck?
My understanding is that they are replacing or have ordered, and it is backlogged or back-ordered, a 7th wiring harness for the vehicle.
Well,
really?
And I requested buyback assistance like 40 days ago at this point. So
this is a 21? Is that what?
Yeah.
21, okay. And they're on their 7th wiring harness for the entire vehicle?
I don't know that they are all the entire wiring harness or like the cluster wiring harness. Again, not getting a lot of details from them, but it is the 7th instance that they have reported that they are waiting on a wiring harness again.
Well, what did you mean by a buyback? I mean, it sounds like you're way past the lemon law buyback period. Is there some other buyback that you're trying to accomplish?
No, that's what I'm trying to initiate through GM, who said that they have initiated it.
Wait, what?
You can't ever talk to anybody on the GM escalation side either. I have a case number, a case manager, and over 40 days ago they said they started that buyback process.
Wait, GM told you they started a process to buy back your truck?
Yep, like 42 days ago.
Well, we do have a great lemon law attorney, John. I forgot her name now, but...
Raina.
Raina. It may be great to get her on tomorrow and kind of weigh in on this topic.
I think that's really smart to do. I mean, it's such a niche practice to be an attorney that specializes in lemon law, but she is great and she is super knowledgeable. Would it be okay if we took down your information, Logan, and gave you a call on tomorrow's show as soon as we can get right on the line to kind of help through these issues?
Yeah, that'd be wonderful.
Yeah, let's do that. I think that'd be better than us just kind of guessing, what's going on here. It sounds like a mess. And, my initial reaction would be there's no way we're going to get a buyback initiated on a 4-year-old vehicle. But if GM is doing that, there may be bigger issues going on with your vehicle and stuff that not even you have really been made aware of yet. And so I think it's important that we get somebody that can look at all the different databases that are out there and see what's really going on with that vehicle. So hang on, Logan. We're gonna take down your information and we'll try to get the attorney Raina lined up and get you on the line with her to see if we can get you some help. Okay. I appreciate the call, Logan. So, did you have any additional questions there, Dimitri?
For you or Brad?
No, well, either way, we were trying to wrap up all your textbook of questions that you bring in every day. So, we miss any subparts there?
Let's play a new game. It's called "Do I Have a Case?"
Do I? No, you don't have a case, Dimitri. The answer to all Dimitri's questions are no. That federal statute that you looked up, it does not envision you or any case that you could dream, or any subparts of any case that you could dream. So the answer is no. Hey, listen, thanks to everybody for a great show today. Save all your problems for us. I appreciate the confidence of being in the studio, and we'll talk to you soon.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino and stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best. But hey, I'm not talking about your abs or tan, guys. I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot. Reverse your receding hairline or add volume to thinning hair during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and they even guarantee your new hair will grow. Dr. Tanya Paul's addressed my hair loss, and I highly recommend her team to everyone. So take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details on their summer sales event and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results. With Advanced Hair, your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and make that call now while their summer savings event is still on. That's 720-459-HAIR or online at advancedhair.com.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzz warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. In Texas, at least 90 are dead across 5 counties following catastrophic flash flooding. Crews still searching for the missing. The deadly storm raising concerns over the alert systems in the flood-prone area. ABC's Ginger Z says federal weather agencies ramped up staffing.
The National Weather Service offices there were more than staffed. They were staffed extra, actually, which is normal. The National Weather Service confirming to us that that's called surge staffing ahead of a big event like this.
North Carolina also dealing with river flooding and evacuations due to remnants of Chantal. One woman confirmed dead in Chatham County after her vehicle, police say, was swept away. Later today, President Trump hosts Israel's prime minister for meetings. At the top of the agenda, a possible Gaza and hostage release deal. And in Los Angeles, a large immigration enforcement operation taking place today. Armored vehicles and federal agents spotted in streets. The Defense Department, in a social media post, says U.S. military personnel are on the ground to ensure the safety of federal agents. This is ABC News. The man the White House says mistakenly was deported to El Salvador is back in the U.S. facing federal human trafficking charges. At a hearing today, defense attorneys pushing for that case to be moved from Tennessee to Maryland, where he lived.
The hearing featured several sharp questions from Judge Paula Sinise about the Justice Department's move to indict Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Days after prosecutors told the Maryland-based judge that he could not be returned from El Salvador, Abrego Garcia was brought back to the U.S. to face federal charges in Tennessee. In courtroom, a Justice Department attorney said the administration plans to deport Abrego Garcia to a country other than his native El Salvador if he's ordered released in Tennessee, even if the human trafficking charges that have now been brought against him aren't yet resolved.
ABC's Stephen Portnoy. Amazon ramping up for its annual Prime Week, rolling out days of deals this week for online shoppers. Other retailers, including Target, Walmart, and Best Buy, are kicking off their own sales events. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Colorado Safeway workers going back to work. A tentative agreement has been reached between the union and the company.
The deal will have striking workers return to their old positions starting on Monday, but it still has to go through a ratification vote before it is actually